Chapter 202. Hong Black Prison was really angered to death. It wasn't fake. He had invested a lot of effort on Jiang Li and had spent a lot of effort to obtain the 49-7 Dark Devil Sword. He had wanted to quickly increase Jiang Li's ability so that the two of them could make a name for themselves. However, Jiang Li had given up on the Dark Devil Swords, and his life force was fading. All of his business had gone up in smoke. Teacher, don't be anxious. I had another fortuitous encounter. Jiang Li's eyebrows suddenly moved, and a majestic mental energy directly rushed towards Hong Heyou. Hong Heiyu's eyebrows also moved, and a similar majestic mental energy gushed out. Crackle! Jiang Li's body retreated, and his body trembled uncontrollably, tearing his clothes. Meanwhile, Hong Heiyu's clothes fluttered without any wind. Strong, such a strong mental energy! If I had not advanced to the second realm of the embryonic breathing realm, I would most likely have been hypnotized by you. Your mental energy is already twice that of the first realm of the embryonic breathing realm. The degree of the first realm of breathing, if calculated according to the frequency, is most likely two-dimensional unit. All of Hong Heiyu's anger had turned into shock. Two-dimensional units? What kind of measurement data is this? Jiang Li had never heard of such a method of calculating mental energy. In reality, mental energy was the power of the soul, and it was difficult to measure. As the saying goes, the sky is not the highest, but the human heart is the highest. How could the human heart be measured using scientific methods? You don't know this. This is the calculation method of mental energy after the embryonic breathing realm. It is like the frequency of radio waves is hertz. However, a person's mental energy has not reached the embryonic breathing realm, so the frequency cannot be expressed, so the strength cannot be calculated. Hong Heyou sat down and explained to Jiang Li, actually, it is very easy to understand. When one reaches the embryonic breathing realm, a person's soul can enter the second dimension and absorb spiritual energy as food. According to the strength of the mental energy, the amount of spiritual energy a person absorbs will also vary. For the cultivators who first enter the embryonic breathing realm, the spiritual energy they absorb every day is roughly equivalent to the energy intensity of a gram of spiritual stone. That is a dimensional unit. Oh, that's how it's calculated. However, the degree of absorption also depends on the density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. For example, on the Crooked Wave planet, one-dimensional unit of spirit force would definitely not be able to absorb 1 gram per day. It's only possible on the Emperor star. Jiang Li immediately began to calculate the formula. In fact, it was a simple formula that even a primary school student could do. Of course, it was measured in a special environment on the Emperor star. It's like measuring the speed of sound. Sound travels at 340 meters per second in a vacuum, but it's different in other media. Hong Heyou smiled and said, in any case, dimension is a measure of mental strength, just like ohms and volts. Just remember that your current spirit force unit is in the second dimension. The others don't even have the qualifications to count. For example, Rulai Wang, who is with you. His spirit force doesn't even have the qualifications to be counted. It's nothing. What's the teacher's salary? About the 10th dimension. Hong Heyou said, every day, I absorb the spiritual energy produced by 10 grams of spiritual stone and inject it into the sacred fetus to nourish it. It's just like how humans eat every day. However, I carry spiritual stones with me. Otherwise, if I meditate and practice all day, I won't have time to do anything else. The 10th dimension? Teacher's spirit force is so strong? Jiang Li was shocked. It's because of your ultimate technique, the brain of the universe. In addition to my own comprehension, I've advanced to the divine breath realm from the mental breath realm. However, the next realm, the mixed essence breath realm, will be difficult. Hong Heyou sighed and said, I don't know how long it will take. It's difficult, It's more difficult than ascending to heaven. Now I need to quickly increase my vitality. As Jiangli spoke, he swallowed the great emperor's relic. This time, he didn't put it in his mouth. Instead, he swallowed it directly. After swallowing a golden elixir into my stomach, I'll know that my fate is in my hands and not in the hands of the heavens. In an instant, he used his spiritual energy to guide it. Wind and clouds surged, and the entire room was filled with strong gales like a tidal wave. The gales were caused by the powerful spirit force that broke through the second dimension through the great emperor's relic and absorbed spiritual energy. However, as Jiang Li's breathing became steady, the gales gradually stabilized and condensed into a cyclone above his head. From afar, it looked like a white pillar that pierced into the void 3 feet above his head. In the void, there were wisps of white mist that condensed into white flower mist. They descended one by one and entered his body. Amazing, the 3 flowers at once prominence. The great emperor's relic is indeed amazing. Hong Heiyu clapped his hands and praised. Come, you haven't reached the realm yet. No matter how strong your spiritual energy is, it'll be useless when you reach the 20th dimension because you can't break through that realm. You won't be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this great emperor's relic has forcefully condensed your spiritual energy into a single point. With its majestic divine power, it can break through the dimension and obtain energy. This is the power of a treasure at the Grotto Heaven level. Teacher, Wang Rulai and I might have to go to the Black Dragon Pond to subdue demons and obtain an ancient cave abode. If there's a chance, I hope you can help. Jiang Li spoke as he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He only felt that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was many times faster than before. It was as if drops of clear spring water were pouring into his cells, nourishing his withered flesh and blood. If this continued, his vitality would soon recover to 5. However, this was still not enough. He had to improve it as soon as possible. What a pity, what a pity. I gave you the 7-kill demon sword to help you break through the limits of your physical body. At the same time, I had to hone your mind and quickly increase your potential. Although killing is a sin and negative energy will be produced, I want you to suffer the wrath of the heavens. You will be struck by lightning and go against the heavens. You will break the wrath of the heavens and go on a rampage. Only then will you be able to cultivate a lawless spirit. In this way, you will be able to easily solve any obstacles in your body, any obstacles in your embryonic breathing. You will be able to attract the devil into your body and then subdue the devil. You will be able to contend against the heavens and walk the path of life and death. Hong Heiyu still sighed. I have my own path, but I gave that sword to a friend of mine. It has already been struck by lightning once, so it's very easy. Jiangli spoke as he cultivated. He was relaxed and there was no hindrance at all. What? You have such a friend? When will you show it to me? Hong Heiyu didn't ask for details. I was completely disappointed in you. I thought you didn't have courage, but now it seems that it's not that you don't have courage. You just follow your own path. Very good. You were actually able to withstand Jiang Nalin's boundless saintly might. You planted a lotus in the fire, causing the Emperor's qi in the relic to perish together with Jiang Nalin's spirit. At the same time, the relic's characteristics were stimulated. You absorbed the remaining essence of the two people's spirits, causing your mental energy to explode. This is giving up one's Tao and obtaining it at the same time. The Tao can be picked up at will. This is the true high level. The Emperor's relic had the ability to absorb other people's spirit attacks when Jiangli was in danger and protect him. The moment the great Emperor's might and Jiang Nalin's saints might perish together, the great Emperor's relic could protect Jiangli, pouring all the essence of the two into Jiangli's body, awakening him and greatly increasing his mental energy. Whether it was the great Emperor's might or Jiang Nalin's spirit, after the collision, the remaining essence was Saint Qi. This was equivalent to an ancient person who was suddenly enlightened by a heavenly god, greatly increasing their strength. This was all part of Jiang Li's plan, but he had to die once in order to accomplish his great cause. This kind of resurrection after death could not be made the slightest mistake. Moreover, the great Emperor's relic had a deep curse on Jiang Li's body. However, if Jiang Li died at that moment, the curse would naturally shift. At the moment of the collision, Jiang Nalin was the strongest, so the curse was immediately branded into Jiang Nalin's consciousness. This was the result of Jiang Li's battle in the black market. Obtaining Saint Qi, comprehending life and death, eliminating the curse. 3 great results. With your current achievements, as long as you rest for a period of time and stabilize your vitality, comprehending Chongding is in the bag. The reason you can't comprehend Chongding right now is not because of a problem with your spirit, but because of your physical weakness. Hong Heiyu observed carefully. Physical weakness? Jiangli was stunned. My vitality is 4, which is quite strong. How can I be weak? You don't know this, but you've cultivated the 7 Slaughter-een Demon sword for a long time. The sword qi penetrates deep into your bones, even into your cells. Once you take it out, it's the same as losing its source. For example, if a magnificent building suddenly breaks down and becomes extremely dirty, it will be worse than an ordinary house. Hong Heiyu carefully explained. Seeing that Jiang Li still didn't understand, he directly said, "A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken." So that's how it is. Jiang Li suddenly understood. A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. This was the most accurate way to describe him. After obtaining the flying sword, Jiang Li became extremely powerful. It could be said that he soared to the sky. Without the flying sword, he was a phoenix without feathers. The reason why you haven't reached Chongding realm is because of your body, not your spirit. Let me warn you, don't go down the wrong path. Don't think that you have a flaw in your spirit and let your imagination run wild on how to make up for it. If you do that, you will only suffer qi deviation. Right now, don't think about anything else and focus on improving your vitality. When the conditions are right, you will naturally reach Chongding. Let me tell you, this is an extremely dangerous juncture. If you let your imagination run wild and your heart retreats, even I will not be able to help you. No one will be able to help you. Hong Black Prison said in an extremely serious tone. Jiang Li's expression was solemn. His whole body was dripping with sweat. With his tempering, he should have reached Chongding long ago. after being beheaded, cut in half at the waist, abandoning Tao, obtaining Tao, and coming back from the dead. These experiences had tempered his great will, but he still hadn't reached Chongding. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that his spirit cultivation was not enough and there were some areas that were not perfect? Or perhaps there was a mistake in his Tao. What else could he find to make up for it? When these doubts gathered together, the unclear spirit made it harder to enter Chongding realm. This would cause his spirit to regress after a long time. But now, Hong Heiyu's words had revealed the secrets of heaven. It could be said that it was a blow to his head. It was a problem with his body. A phoenix without feathers, as long as its wings were full, it could once again show the elegance of the king of birds. He no longer had any doubts in his heart. Because his Tao was correct. The only problem was that his wings were not full. The future is full of trials and tribulations. He couldn't help but sigh. His heart was full of emotions. How difficult was cultivation! One thought, and one wrong thought would cause one to fall into endless hell, never to rise again. Chapter 203. After that, Jiangli absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth every day and took spirit stones at the same time. He found that his body was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter how hard he tried. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into liquid and nourished every cell, but his vitality didn't improve much. He went to Ask Hong Black Prison and looked up the information himself. He found out that because he had lost his flying sword, his cells needed to be reforged and restored to another form, which consumed a huge amount of energy. Back then, the metal energy of the flying sword had caused his bones to change, turning him into a battleship skeleton body. Even his internal organs and cells were metallized. How strong and powerful was that? If he could become one with the sword, he would be in between a metal life and a flesh life, like the liquid metal robot in the sci-fi movies, almost indestructible. But Dahe would become that form sooner or later. Of course, this was compatible with its sky-shaking Thunder Beast gene. Soon, it would be able to evolve faster. Jiangli would continue to provide it with sky-shaking Thunder Beast gene potions. At the same time, it would find a cave to build its own laboratory. Although there was a lack of manpower here, robots could completely replace everything. Jiangli was rich. He had tens of billions in assets, and the Crimson Emperor Corporation was starting to operate. The money would flow into his bank account continuously. In the future, he would be able to travel between Earth and Emperor's Planet and transport most of the resources from Emperor's Planet to his own corporation. However, the most urgent matter now was to expand the space of the Grand Emperor's relic. The Grand Emperor's relic only had such a small space, and it was impossible to transport more goods. If he had to travel back and forth to transport goods, it would be too tiring. Plus, it would be easy for others to find traces of him. This was smuggling after all. If the space of the Grand Emperor relic could be expanded by 100 or 1,000 times, the transportation capacity would increase. One trip to the black market could support 10 years of operation, and it could even boost the economic scale of the 36 Hua cities. Looking at the decreasing funds in his account, his vitality had increased from 4 to 4. 1 in 3 days. The spirit stones he used could be counted in kilograms. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for tens of billions of spirit stones to be consumed. Although it was cheaper to buy spirit stones from Star Sky University than outside, he couldn't spend them like this. Plus, Star Sky University had a rule that every student could buy a certain amount of spirit stones. They couldn't buy more than a certain amount to prevent hoarding. Although his mental strength had already reached 2-dimensional units, all of this was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was not enough for his huge body to absorb. Ever since he gave up on the flying sword, he began to train his body and comprehend martial arts. He discovered that the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder contained countless mysteries, and the more he practiced, the more profound they became. Hey! Zhongli punched out with his fist, causing waves of qi to surge. Spiritual qi wrapped around his body and seeped into his pores before being ejected out again. After entering and exiting, his body had been tempered by water, fire, wind, and thunder, and was once again strengthened. The only blemish was that even though he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, his vitality was still progressing at an alarming rate. However, he discovered that under the effect of his powerful mental power, every cell in his body was absorbing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy formed an energy vortex in the depths of his cells. His entire body seemed to be following the laws of the universe, constantly rotating. Many golden air currents were forced out of his body, forming a mist that spread outwards. This was the residual metal energy in his body. What's going on? He immediately entered a dream to ask Little Emperor. Little Emperor, my comprehension of the mysteries of the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder has deepened. I discovered that when I cultivate, under the guidance of my powerful mental power, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be hypnotized and combined by the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder, forming a vortex in my cells. What is going on? Congratulations, Zhongli. You have already started on the path of cultivation and are walking on the path of an emperor. If you continue to cultivate like this, your body will become the body of an emperor. Cultivating the body of an emperor starts from the cells, and it will consume thousands of times more spiritual energy than normal people. It is extremely difficult, and there is still metal energy left in your body. Now that you are cultivating, you are gradually forcing the metal energy out and undergoing rebirth. This is a joyous matter. Don't look at how your vitality is increasing slowly, it is actually a transformation process. Your body is much stronger than normal people. With the body of an emperor, you can move freely in the universe and your body can travel through space. Even vision manifestation realm experts can't compare to you. Little Emperor revealed a look of joy as he congratulated him. When you cultivated before, you were confused and didn't comprehend the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder. Instead, you merged those random flying swords into your body and turned them into metal energy. This is just a small path. The true path is to slowly cultivate and comprehend the 4 seals of the 4 seals. After a long time, your body will gradually form the body of an emperor. This is the true path of a king, the path of a saint, and the path of chaos. My mental power wasn't enough before, and I couldn't comprehend the mysteries of the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and thunder. Now that my mental power has increased and the true meaning of the 4 seals is clear in my mind, I am slowly walking on the right path. Zhongli did not regret taking the wrong path at all. If I had followed my original path of cultivation, how many years would it have taken for me to comprehend to my current realm and start walking on the path of a great emperor to condense the body of a great emperor? It's simple. You can walk on this path when you are 50 years old, and you still don't have to go wrong in the middle. In that battle, the Emperor's power and the mental power of Jiang Nalin's holy aura saved you 30 years of walking on the wrong path. It seems like you have benefited from this. Now what you need to do is to absorb a large amount of energy, refine it, and force out the residual metal energy. Your bones will gradually crystallize and change from quantity to quality, forming the unprecedented body of an emperor. In this process, the energy you will use cannot be calculated with numbers. Little Emperor smiled wickedly. Try to earn more money, young man. Buy more spirit stones, especially those with the 4 attributes of water, fire, wind, and thunder. You will cultivate faster. Where am I going to find these spirit stones? Zhongli was troubled. He left the dream and continued to cultivate day and night. The growth of his vitality was getting slower and slower. A week had passed and his vitality was still at 4.1. A large amount of energy was used to force out the metal energy and modify the cells in his bone. He felt like a worm wrapped in a cocoon, temporarily still in the stage of being restrained. Once he broke out of the cocoon and became a butterfly, he would be able to soar into the sky. Now, he had to take it slow and not be impatient. Beep, 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 a mail arrived. It was from Hong Heiyu. Come to my lab, the spatial research lab. We will find a way to infuse your Emperor's relic with spatial energy and see if we can expand the space inside. Also, don't you want to learn the Tao of formations? Let me teach you. The Tao of formations can secretly affect the dimension and gather energy. It is not a small matter. I'll come right away. Jiang Li's body moved and floated in the air. With a swoosh, he seemed to have merged with the airflow and was silent. He felt the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his body was circulating and resonating with the airflow. This allowed him to control the airflow without using up any energy. Moreover, there was no sound. He was like a ghost, like the rain in the night sky, and his speed was actually faster than usual. In other words, his vitality had decreased, but his combat power had increased. It was as if he was one with the world. Is this the embryonic form of the Emperor's body? It really is amazing. Jiang Li sighed. A moment later, he came to another place. It was the old students' district, the real core area of Starry Sky University. After going around in circles, he finally found the internal laboratory of the Flood Darkness prison deep underground. He saw a huge base that was built on top of each other like an underground kingdom. Countless robots came and went, and it was a top-secret laboratory. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the permission of the Flood Darkness prison, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter. So many robots. Jiang Li entered and walked for at least 2 hours before he saw Hong Heiyu in front of a huge instrument. Shocked, right? This is Starry Sky University's largest spatial research lab. Not only can it conduct wormhole research, but it can also conduct other kinds of research. However, each time it consumes a huge amount of energy. Hong Heiyu looked at the laboratory and was filled with emotions. I applied for this research because I was promoted to vice principal. Usually, those teachers can't even come in. Also, that Gui Junzi has applied many times without success. This time, we will conduct research on your Grand Emperor's relic. How much does one experiment cost? Jiang Li asked anxiously. The energy consumed is at least 10 billion. I calculated it and it's just right. You plundered the Jiang family's wealth. After buying spirit stones this week, you still have some left. Take it all and use it for the experiment. Hong Heiyu stretched out his hand. Give it to me. You can't have any more savings on you. Otherwise, you won't have the motivation. Jiang Li obediently took out the chip and transferred the money. Soon, there were only a few 100,000 left on the card. Enter the center of the laboratory. I will start the wormhole jump experiment. Oh right, enter the space of the Grand Emperor's relic first and open a spatial crack. This way, you won't be relying on the warship. You can use the relic to jump through the wormhole. Without the warship's protection, the relic will be exposed to the twisted wormhole. I simulated all kinds of experiments. This kind of experiment is the most reliable and can instill spatial energy into the relic. Hong Heiyu turned on the AI, and instantly, thousands of experiments appeared. They were all simulated by the AI in advance. The AI was a leap forward for humanity. With its various simulations, there was no need for real experiment. Jiang Li was also paying close attention to the analysis. When he saw the last one, he felt that it was not bad. He opened up the space and entered the center of the space. Inject funds and buy energy. Energy is in place. Begin experiment. The AI's cold voice sounded out. In an instant, a huge amount of energy surged and roared. It directly wrapped around the relic and began the wormhole jump. This was a naked jump. Without the warship's protection, the relic and Jiang Li felt like they were about to be crushed into particles. In the first wormhole jump, many humans died. During the jump, they turned into primitive particles. There was no trace of them. Chapter 204. As expected, the energy of the wormhole distortion is too great. I don't need a battleship to do this. I just use my body to jump. Jiangli felt his body distort. He immediately closed the space of the Grand Emperor's relic. He felt the relic trembling. This was an object jumping through a wormhole. Normally, no material could jump through a wormhole, not even a battleship. However, the scientific principle of a battleship was to create a layer of energy circuit outside. During the process of jumping, it would suddenly explode, using the energy to cancel each other out. This way, one could smoothly reach the other end of the wormhole. Wormholes did not belong to humans. They were the work of a great god. Even if one's vitality was over 3 digits, one could not jump through a wormhole. One had to know that the energy required for a battleship jump was too great. It was equivalent to 10 years of electricity consumption of a city. Because of this, the wormhole jump ticket was very expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Moreover, the energy for the battleship jump was subsidized by the human government. Otherwise, there would be even fewer people who could afford it. There was no energy circuit around the Grand Emperor's relic. According to common sense, a powerful wormhole jump would shake it into the most primitive particles. It was a very dangerous thing. However, the current situation was beyond common sense. Suddenly, the relic in the twisted wormhole shone brightly and continuously absorbed the jumping energy. The inside of the relic began to transform. Jiangli trembled in the space and immediately saw the space continuously expanding. Just like last time, countless spatial energies were being poured into his cells. Jiang Li's body trembled. "This feels good," he laughed. "At least you didn't cheat me this time. Every time I cultivate, I always encounter all kinds of trials, and I can't succeed all the time. If there's not a curse here, then there's an obstacle there. But this time, it was smooth sailing. Is it because I got rid of the curse that everything is smooth sailing?" Jiang Li's cultivation had indeed been bumpy. His first embryonic breathing had increased his vitality, but he did not expect it to devour his life potential. It was not easy for him to get the fruit of life to repair himself, but there were all kinds of problems. In any case, ever since he started cultivating, he had been constantly facing demonic tribulations. He had not been able to cultivate in peace. Moreover, he had improved by leaps and bounds. Large amounts of spatial energy entered his body, filling his cells. The space was also constantly expanding. This time, the expansion was astonishing. First, it expanded to 2,000 square meters, then 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Finally, it reached 10,000 square meters before stopping. The height had also expanded to 100 meters. This was a decent space. It was spacious, tall, and could store countless items. In order to fill up such a huge space, a lot of goods were indeed needed. Only by bringing them back in one go could he guarantee a profit. The energy stopped. The experiment was over. Jiang Li walked out of it, brimming with confidence. He exercised his entire body, and his cells were incomparably strong. He then opened his mouth and spat out another ball of golden sword chi, which fell to the ground and turned into many small metal swords. This time, he was able to expel all the remaining metal energy from the flying sword in his body. The impurities have finally been refined? Hong Heiyu rolled up his sleeves and collected all the small metal swords into his sleeve. To you, these are impurities, but to others, they are the metal energy that has fused with their flesh and blood. Don't underestimate them, especially after being nourished by you for so long. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves, and the small metal swords flew out again, landing on an experiment table for testing. Strange metal energy, the atomic arrangement is similar to flesh and blood. It can be fused with the human body and undergo special modifications. Every gram is extremely precious, worth hundreds of millions of star dollars. The AI analyzed and produced all kinds of combinations, energy patterns, and even a market valuation. It seemed that the AI system here was more than 100 million times more powerful than Jiang Li's. If Jiang Li wanted to build his own laboratory, he would need a powerful AI in the future. Scientific analysis and data analysis were all done by the AI, and the human brain couldn't handle such complicated tasks. This AI is really powerful. Jiang Li sighed. When I build my laboratory in the future, it will be much more convenient to buy one like this. Of course, this is Star Sky University's advanced AI. Its computing speed is almost unparalleled, and it can even design feng shui layout, controls many energy systems, and after taking pictures from high up in the sky, it will design all kinds of feng shui layouts with precision down to the nanometer. This kind of building is much more powerful than the previous generations of feng shui masters. Even my current feng shui layouts and formation designs are not as powerful as this AI. Hong Black Prison sighed. However, the strongest one is still the Lord God AI in the elite zone. It calculates everything. It's a pity that humans haven't fully grasped it. Once they fully grasp it, technology will explode. The Lord God's AI? Humans can't grasp it? Isn't the AI created by us humans? Why can't the Creator master it? This was the first time Jiang Li heard of this, and he found it unbelievable. No, the AI of the Lord God's AI is not created by humans, and humans can't create the Lord God with their current level of technology. The Lord God's AI is above all humans, and the technology they master is not something humans can describe. The Lord God isn't even AI, but a strange energy or a magical weapon. Hong Heiyu said, the Lord God was stripped from the main control system of the fallen ship, and humans have used it, but humans have never been able to figure out its true meaning. But technology and magical weapons actually reach the highest level, and they all lead to the same goal, the use of energy. The Lord God. Jiang Li had an idea, and he knew that the greatest secret of humans was the fallen ship. And the AI dominates all scientific research, and is the father of modern science, allowing humans to walk a distance of 2,000, 5,000, or even forever in just 200 years. According to modern history, 200 years ago, there were many human countries, competing with each other for resources, and it was very likely that a war would occur, causing human civilization to regress, or even return to the Stone Age. So, it really wasn't easy for humans to reach this step. Because of that big ship, the fate of humans has been turned upside down. Let's not talk so much, we humans can't just rely on the AI. We have to rely on our own brains, and our own brains are the true Lord God. Hong Heiyu said, This time, you spent all your money to recharge the great Emperor's relic, but as the space expands, every recharge will consume even more energy. If you want to expand the space, you need to prepare enough money. Spending money is really like flowing water, spending tens of billions just like that. Jiang Li sighed. Thinking back to 2 years ago, it was difficult for me to take out tens of star dollars. How can life be like this? Don't sigh about this. At our level, money is just a number, and in reality, it's not very useful. Think about it, when you don't even need money to eat, drink, poop, and sleep, what use is money? Hong Heiyu's tone was somewhat solemn, educating Jiang Li. So, if you have money, you have to spend it all, invest it in your own body, make your body stronger. This is the right path. Money is just a worldly possession, only the body is yours. Jiang Li spoke for a while, and then discussed feng shui knowledge for a while. Hong Heiyu sent him a mail. It was his own understanding of feng shui layout. Teacher, I'm going out to cultivate. Jiang Li left the laboratory. Not long later, Jiang Li left the human base, entered the great Emperor's relic space, and began flying. He felt strange, because he found that his speed had increased. After this recharge, the great Emperor's relic speed had exceeded 5 times the speed of sound, and as it continued to increase, it was actually 30 times the speed of sound. This speed made Jiang Li very satisfied, because he could fly even further. As he flew in the air, he spread out his thoughts, like a radar scanning the mountains, rivers, lakes, grasslands, and forests. He was also cultivating, firstly to train his mental power, and secondly to observe all kinds of feng shui layouts, trying to find a place with good feng shui layout, and then cultivate there to absorb more spirit qi. Some natural feng shui treasures condensed into favorable terrains, and cultivating there could obtain a lot of spirit qi. Because of the influence of the geomagnetic field of the terrain, the second dimension of spirit qi would be much more abundant. Jiang Li didn't know how to set up a temporary feng shui layout, because a temporary feng shui layout was not as good as a natural one. Feng shui layout was a general trend formed over a long period of time. It was not something that could be changed overnight. This is a place that gathers spirit qi, called the Dan Feng Yang Point. As Jiang Li observed the mountains, rivers, he also learned about all sorts of crypts, weather, feng shui, and air current. Ancient feng shui and modern architecture had long since merged together, forming an independent subject. In the past, Jiang Li hadn't learned this, but after he dreamt back to the cultivation world, he gained quite a lot of experience in setting up grand formations. Now that he was learning about modern feng shui, architecture, and space, he could instantly gain enlightenment and become a Buddha. Countless information, in addition to Hong Heiyu's imparting, as well as his observation of the terrain while flying in the air, all of this information entered his mind, causing his knowledge of feng shui to gradually become richer. Given his current spirit force, his learning speed wasn't inferior to a small-scale AI, and he only needed a few hours to understand all sorts of knowledge. It was just that he still lacked practical experience. Not long later, he discovered a place that matched the knowledge he had learned in his mind. Hence, he descended and observed this piece of land. It was about 10 kilometers wide, and it was like a bird's nest. In the center, there was a mountain in the shape of a phoenix, and the gigantic mountain rock was facing the sun. This was the landscape of the Dan Feng Yang Point, and it was considered a pretty good feng shui layout. He sat down and started to cultivate. As expected, the rate of absorption of the dense spirit qi was 3 times faster than usual. Seems like feng shui layouts are equivalent to grotto heavens and blessed lands in ancient times. The natural veins of mountains and rivers form a magnetic field that affects the gathering of energy in the dimension. This is what science is. The rate of absorption of spirit qi here is 3 times faster than ordinary places, but it isn't very useful. it still can't satisfy me. I have to find a better crypt. The Dan Feng Yang point could be considered ordinary among many natural feng shui layout. If only I could find a better feng shui layout, such as immortals ascending to the heavens, divine dragons swallowing the heavens, or emperors controlling dragons. Places with these feng shui layouts would have the density of spirit qi not 3 times, but 30 times or even more. There's also the legendary gigantic feng shui layout that covers a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, forming a boundless universe. The density of spirit qi would be 100 times higher. If I could find such a feng shui layout, it would be more interesting for me to cultivate there. Jiang Li once again searched for feng shui layouts. Chapter 205. Oh? This is the dragonfly touching the water. It's also a small and exquisite feng shui layout. If it wasn't for my powerful mental power, I wouldn't have been able to see it. After searching for a few hours, Jiangli found another spirit cave in a mountain range that was only 1 mu in circumference. It was a natural feng shui layout. After hundreds of thousands of years of precipitation, the mountains and rivers changed, and the plants moved. It naturally formed a blessed land. He descended and inspected the exquisite spirit cave that was 1 mu in circumference. Finally, he sat down in a remote place and began to meditate. It wasn't the center, but it was the spirit eye of the spirit cave. In other words, it was the key point where the energy and magnetic field changes were most concentrated. Every spirit cave had a formation core. Finding the formation core required powerful mental energy and meticulous discernment. As expected, the moment Jiangli sat down and began to meditate, he felt the spiritual energy surging towards him. It was actually 5 times the spiritual energy. 5 times spirit energy is too little. I can only absorb 10 grams of spirit stone energy in a day. Jiangli stopped absorbing and started to seep into the ground. Ordinary people could only seep a few hundred meters underground, but he could directly seep tens of kilometers. As expected, my guess was right. His mental power soon came into contact with a place about 3,000 meters underground. He found a spirit stone lying there quietly. He couldn't help but smile. A dragonfly touching the water, a little bit of spirit light. If the geological changes happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, there would definitely be spirit stones formed. However, this spirit stone is too small, only about 3 or 4 grams. But it's still a fortune. If I can find a large spirit stone mine, that would be great. He took out a small robot drill from the space of the Grand Emperor relic and dug into the ground. In less than half an hour, the robot drill brought up a spirit stone. Jiangli didn't even look at it and ate it. Then, he flew up and left. From then on, the dragonfly touching the water lost its meaning. It would take another hundreds of thousands of years to condense such a spirit stone. There might be spirit stones under the spirit cave, but the waves of spirit stones were hard to detect. Only spirit energy could seep in and find these good things. Although the previous Dan Feng Chaoyang acupoint was very large, it might have been formed a bit later. Spirit stones had yet to condense, and the geological movement was not intense. On Earth, it took at least a few million years for oil to be produced. Compared to spirit stones could be produced in a relatively short time as long as the feng shui outside was good. Searching for the spiritual stones buried underground required an extremely rich knowledge of feng shui and the realm of the embryonic breathing realm. If one could not do this, they would not be able to distinguish what the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was. Then, it would be impossible to search for the spiritual stones. The reason why Jiangli was flying around the Great Emperor was to learn the knowledge of feng shui layouts and try his luck to see if he could find a small ore vein. The Emperor planet was huge and rich in resources. As long as there were things to do, there were many opportunities to search for ore veins. In the limited number of records, a few of the top-ranked teams had found ore veins and collected hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones in one go. In an instant, he became a tycoon whose wealth was comparable to that of a country. He had all kinds of resources. Of course, the top teams had experts in the embryonic breathing realm. They were extremely powerful and elusive. Jiangli relied on the Great Emperor's relic to fly at 30 times the speed of sound. It was like he had a powerful warship. His speed was extremely fast. Also, with a sweep of his will, it was comparable to a radar. He gradually distanced himself from the human base. The further he went, the easier it was to find good things. The good things near the human base had long been found. Only in some vast primeval forests and dangerous areas would there be opportunities. Wah wah wah, a flock of birds flew across the sky. They did not find the great emperor's relic. This was because when the great emperor's relic flew, it was silent. It was not like the Mecha or the large warships, which could be heard from 1,000 miles away. These birds were ferocious and looked like a yiksha. They were a type of yiksha bird that ate human flesh. They were stronger than the Rakshasa beasts on the Rakshasa star. When they flew, they were close to the speed of sound. Hence, they could break through the defense of a mecha that was moving at the speed of sound. The appearance of such a level of monster showed that Zhongli had gradually left the human base and entered a dangerous area. It's an ominous place down there. He looked at the flock of yiksha birds flying past and scanned the area with his divine perception. He found that it was a swamp surrounded by clouds and mist. The swamps were densely packed together and looked like compound eyes. Anyone who looked down from the sky would feel dizzy. What a powerful feng shui layout. Shura Demon Eye Formation. Zhongli looked at it and compared it to the thousands of pictures of feng shui layout. This was a feng shui killing layout. It was not a place for gathering spirit, but a place for gathering evil. The negative energy was extremely strong. There would not be any treasures here. Instead, there would be ominous things. If a person lived in such a structure, they would become insane and go mad. In fact, this kind of feng shui layout could also be set up in a person's room. According to certain decorations, round mirrors could be placed everywhere in the room, just like compound eyes. People who entered it would be upset within a few hours. Over time, they would also suffer from mania. But these big and small swamps were an enlarged evil formation. Moreover, they had existed for tens of thousands of years. The accumulated evil energy was not small. Who knew what kind of evil things would be born from it? Roar. A loud roar came from the depths of the swamp. The air was turbulent. Countless fog gathered into raindrops and fell down. A golden toad about the size of a calf appeared. It spat out circles of golden fog. It seemed to be patrolling its territory. What a strong monster! What is this golden toad? Let me check. Zhongli turned on the optical computer. After a while, he found out. The golden plague toad is an extremely evil thing. It is an evil thing formed by countless viruses and plague chi. The poison is so strong that even people in the embryonic breathing realm can't resist it. Even the sacred fetus will be contaminated. Although this toad has some research value, no one dares to study it. There were scientists who studied it before, but all the people in the lab died because of the plague. The golden plague toad spreads the virus and can cause large-scale contamination to humans. Zhongli looked at the golden toad. He knew that he couldn't resist the plague, so he flew away immediately. It's so powerful. No wonder it's called the Golden Plague God. Forget it. Since it's the Plague God, I won't provoke it. It was better not to think about the Golden Plague God Toad that could even contaminate the sacred fetus. Moreover, it couldn't strengthen his life force. Once he was infected with some kind of virus, he would most likely die. He wasn't immune to all poisons now. Jiang Li flew away immediately and left this vast swamp. The more he flew, the more shocked he was. This swamp was at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Such a huge feng shui layout was an evil formation. No wonder it could give birth to something like the Golden Plague God Toad. While flying, he saw many more toads. He could vaguely see the Golden Plague God Toad King hiding in the depths of the swamp. This thing was truly ferocious. Once it was born, the plague would spread in all directions and could destroy a country. After flying out of the swamp, Jiang Li scanned the sky with his mind. He found that there were no birds in the sky. Those that got close to the swamp would fall to the ground. This showed how strong the poisonous gas was. He used the photon computer to measure the air quality. The number of viruses in the air was unbelievable. Most of them were unknown viruses. Fortunately, this place is very far from the human base. Otherwise, if the virus spread, the energy of the human base would be corroded. Jiang Li felt that even if a warship flew over this high altitude, it would most likely be corroded by the virus. Some viruses were all-pervasive and could penetrate through the barriers between metal particles and be absorbed by the human body, just like harmful radiation. Fortunately, the Grand Emperor's relic was special, so Jiang Li didn't get poisoned. Now he knew that many places on the Imperial planet were dangerous. Jiang Li took a picture of this swamp and searched for a map on the internet. He wanted to know where he was, but he was surprised to find that this place had not been explored. It was an undeveloped virgin land. After flying over this swamp of hundreds of thousands of square meters, it was a desert. There was not a single blade of grass in the desert. The temperature was extremely high, much higher than on Rakshasa planet. It was at least a few hundred degrees Celsius. It was really like being in a furnace. However, this high temperature could resist the poisonous gas because the flames of the sun and stars had a disinfectant effect. This showed that nature was balanced. Everything had its weakness. Everything had its nemesis. Jiang Li entered the desert and found a few good feng shui layouts, such as the fiery yang acupoint and the fire virtue acupoint. However, they only had 2 or 3 times the spiritual qi and a trace of the fire attribute. It was not very beneficial to him. It seemed that there was no profit in this area. He shook his head and prepared to leave this place. Suddenly, a light flashed in Jiang Li's mind. The balance of yin and yang in the natural world is predetermined. Often, not far from poisonous plants, there will be antidotes. That swamp is huge and formed naturally. I don't know how many millions of years have passed, but it has given birth to so many poisonous plague god toad. From this, it can be seen that there is also a holy land in another place. I have to look around and see if there is a spirit cave with the same feng shui as this swamp. If there is one, then the scale of it will be grand. He immediately controlled the Grand Emperor's relic to turn around and flew along the edge of the giant swamp. He first checked the desert and confirmed that there was no giant spirit cave, then turned in another direction. Just like that, Jiang Li spent a day looking up and down, but he still couldn't find the corresponding feng shui layout. He was a little disappointed. It seemed that he had thought too much. Now, he could only go through the desert and think of another way. The Grand Emperor's relic flew him across the desert. At the end of the desert was an ocean. The moist air flow of the ocean refreshed Jiang Li's spirit. He gathered his spirit and flew again. Suddenly, he found islands scattered like stars in the sky. It was an archipelago. Each island was dozens of square kilometers. Some were hundreds of square kilometers. The biggest one was thousands or even tens of thousands of square kilometers. This is. Zhongli looked at the densely packed islands. They were like the stars in the sky. It was very magical. Heavenly cycle star do acupoint? Chapter 206. The planet was one of the greatest existences in the universe. With a planet, there would be all kinds of life forms on it. Although some strange life forms could grow in the vacuum of the universe and survive by absorbing dimensional energy, such life forms were few and far between. Most life forms relied on the planet to survive. In ancient civilizations, the planet was the embodiment of Earth and the prototype of virtue. The so-called morality. The Tao was heaven, virtue was earth. The terrain was Kuan, and a gentleman was virtuous. The energy of the planet was enormous and almost boundless. The sun was also the planet, the origin of human civilization. Without the sun, there would be no humans on Earth, and there would be no life in the solar system. Humans were still using the energy of the sun to give off light and heat. The essence of the sun and the moon was a kind of energy produced by the sun. In ancient times, the most profound formation was to draw the power of the stars and arrange the heavenly cycle. It was in harmony with the stars and adjusted the magnetic field. This could bring great blessings, and the future generations would be smart and intelligent. They were born with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they would be strong and free from diseases and disasters. Not to mention some natural formations, it was simply a place where emperors offered sacrifices to the heavens and buried their ancestors. It was extremely rare to find a place that was in harmony with the stars in the sky, and some of them were man-made. However, man proposes, God disposes. Man-made formations were far inferior to those formed by God. The supernatural workmanship of nature was beyond the imagination of human power. This was easy to explain. Any geological landform would take at least hundreds of thousands of years to form. Once the landform was formed, the energy would gather and the magnetic field would change for hundreds of thousands of years. How could those man-made formations that took decades or hundreds of years to form compare to it? The canyon where Zhongli obtained the flying sword had also drawn the energy of the stars in the sky, but compared to the terrain and mountains, it was simply incomparable to the archipelago in front of him. The archipelago in front of him was scattered like stars in the sky, forming a dense natural formation on the vast sea. There was a clear division between the straits and the strait. Based on his intuition, Zhongli felt that the archipelago with a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers was definitely not simple. It must be fighting against the magic eye formation that produced the golden plague toad in the distance. One was good and the other evil, suppressing the virus and preventing it from spreading. However, whether it was supernatural or not, he could only find out at night. He landed on the island and began to observe the terrain. There were so many islands with a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, which was equivalent to a large province on Earth 200 years ago. It was definitely not easy to find the eye of the formation in such a huge array. There were many types of heavenly cycle star acupoints, almost infinite in number. There was no fixed form, and one had to rely purely on one's own judgment. The formation core was not in the center of the formation. Sometimes it was at the edge of the formation, and sometimes it was even at a point outside the formation. The mysteries of the universe were not something that the intelligence of mortals could comprehend. This island has 8 times the spiritual energy? Zhongli sat down on one of the islands to absorb the spiritual energy. He felt the changes in the spiritual energy, and it took him 6 to 8 hours to find out the most important point on the island. The place with the densest spiritual energy was above a deep pool on the island. After meditating for a bit, 8 times the spiritual energy would surge over. His spirit seeped into the deep pool, and sure enough, he found a 1-gram water-attributed spirit stone in a spirit cave. He quickly consumed it, and his whole body felt comfortable. His vitality was slowly increasing. Although this water-attributed spirit stone was a drop in the bucket, it was certain that this was a giant formation. Perhaps there would be all kinds of surprises. Zhongli searched the map and found that this formation had not been uploaded. This meant that it was very likely that he was the first person to find this formation. He searched the islands one by one and found many spirit herbs. They were all stored away, and after they were identified, they could be sold for a high price. As long as it was a good herb from the Emperor's star, it could be easily sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan. It was enough for an ordinary person to live for a lifetime. There were many spirit herbs on these islands, and some were in large patches. If Zhongli wanted to collect all of them, he would be half dead from exhaustion. He was almost exhausted after searching a few islands, not to mention searching all the thousands of islands on the sea. It would take at least a year to do so. He could only wait until night time to observe the changes of the stars and calculate where the energy was concentrated. Only then could he find the true eye of the formation and the treasure. He was almost certain that there must be something good in this huge archipelago. As long as he found it, he could alleviate the economic crisis and become as rich as a country. Such a large formation formed naturally, corresponding to the heavenly stars, gathering energy. How could there not be anything good? Let me check the geological age of this place. How long ago was it formed? Zhongli smashed a rock with his palm and took out a crusher from the Emperor's relic space. He then used a measuring device to test the elements and determine the geological age of the island. According to the analysis of the rock strata, the islands were formed 500 million years ago. The geological movement caused the sea plate to rise, and the rocks were washed by the waves for many years. They are very strong, and there are many traces of energy passing through the rock. This is a good place to investigate. The optical computer analyzed the changes. Damn! Jiang Li was overjoyed. Formed 500 million years ago? These islands have such a long history? The natural climate on the Emperor Star is harsh, and the Earth plate often move. The mountains and dragon veins formed are also easily destroyed. Unless it is a large-scale formation with intelligence, it can stop the plates from moving and suppress the mountains. On Earth, some places were prone to earthquakes. Modern people directly built some huge formations on them. This way, the energy circulation and magnetic field would be balanced, and the movement of the Earth's crust could be suppressed. What will happen when I see the stars shining at night? Jiang Li was very excited. A feng shui formation formed 500 million years ago was unimaginably ancient. Finally, night fell. The stars in the sky were brilliant. It was not the Milky Way, but the twinkling stars still had an incomparably beautiful and moving artistic conception. Jiang Li flew high up in the sky and tried to expand his divine sense as much as possible, penetrating it to see the changes in the islands. Of course, although his divine sense was powerful, it could not cover the entire islands of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, not even 1%. But he could continue to fly, and according to the fluctuations of the energy, he could analyze the location of the formation I. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the instant that the group of stars rose up, Jiang Li was stunned because he saw many of the starlight, under the effect of a special magnetic field, actually transform into the shape of dragons and snakes. They descended, drilling into the island and into the sea. There were even times when the starlight transformed into human forms, descending like gods and seeping into the interior of the island. And in the depths of the islands there was a huge amount of energy. Damn, this is too magical. Are gods descending into the world? Jiang Li hurriedly flew and observed the surroundings. This strange scene did not disappear for a long time. It was not until the stars rotated to the other side in the middle of the night that the scene disappeared. He began to think and calculate. On the second day, he did not act rashly. At night, he observed for a day and calculated again. He even landed on the islands and used all kinds of tools to test the energy. Originally, such a large area would require millions of people to measure at the same time. Think about it, how much manpower and material resources would it take to build a large province on Earth? Jiang Li was not constructing. Just surveying and mapping was enough to exhaust him mentally and physically. If it was not for his spiritual power, which was equivalent to twice the embryonic breathing realm, he might not have been able to do anything. After surveying and mapping for a full 7 days, on the night of the 7th day, his eyes emitted a bright light, and he roughly knew where the formation eye was. Swoosh! He flew out and came to the big canyon where two huge islands faced each other. Suddenly, the wind was like a knife, and the waves were constantly roaring. The canyon was dozens of kilometers long, and the waves were towering, covering the sky and covering the earth. The deafening sound was like thunder exploding at every moment. Crackle, crackle! In the sky above the canyon, water vapor and ions formed dark clouds, forming lightning that struck down fiercely. The lightning swam on the rocks, and any living creature would be killed by the electric current. It turned out that the two sides of the canyon were actually metal ores that had been washed by the storm for hundreds of millions of years, and there were no impurities. The wind howled, and the tornado in the canyon blew on the rocks, creating a series of sparks. Jiang Li threw a metal object down from the sky. Bang! When it encountered the wind, the metal object actually exploded. It seemed to have suffered an internal explosion. So powerful? The The storm in the canyon is much more powerful than my innate earth energy. The storm is like a bomb, blasting metal. What a powerful energy. It seems that my guess was correct. The formation eye is located at the bottom of the ocean in the depths of the canyon. Jiang Li moved his mind, and with a swoosh, the Grand Emperor's relic directly broke through the canyon storm and went down. He arrived at the surging ocean and then entered the water. Unexpectedly, the storm on the ocean could completely mince a mecha, but after entering the canyon, the ocean was unusually calm. Jiang Li looked around in the space of the Grand Emperor's relic. This canyon was extremely large, tens of kilometers wide, and finding the formation was not an easy task. He observed for a long time, and after confirming that there was no danger, he came out of the Grand Emperor's relic, swallowed it, and began to cultivate in the water. As expected, the spiritual energy was rolling over. It was actually 20 times the spiritual energy, more than many treasured acupoints. However, Jiang Li was still not satisfied. He measured the intensity of the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He swam back and forth, and found that the spiritual energy in the center of the canyon was getting stronger. As he swam down, the intensity of the spiritual energy kept increasing. 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. It's here, the formation eye is here. Suddenly, in the pitch-black water, Jiang Li's eyes lit up and his thoughts spread out. He saw a space in the water like a cylinder, only a few square meters in radius, and the intensity of the spiritual energy inside was almost indescribable. He entered the cylinder, and found that the water here was very viscous, as if it wasn't water, but liquid spiritual energy. He immediately used his embryonic breathing to absorb it. Boom! Unparalleled spiritual energy surged into his body. 300 times the spiritual energy. Amazing, amazing! Jiang Li was overjoyed. 300 times the spiritual energy meant that he could obtain about 600 grams of spiritual energy in a day of cultivation here. This was the real feng shui treasure land. Jiang Li's painstaking search did not go to waste, and he finally found the location of the spirit cave. With such dense spiritual energy, it will definitely condense into a spiritual stone vein. I'll go down and look again. Jiang Li entered the space of the Grand Emperor's relic, and fiercely dived down, following the formation eye to see what the bottom of the canyon looked like. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. At a depth of 5,000 meters, there were reefs at the bottom of the sea. The reef at the bottom of the sea that Jiang Li had landed on was where the eye of the formation was located. It was square like an altar. It was not man-made but naturally formed. These reefs? They are spiritual stones. As soon as he landed on it, he was shocked, and ecstasy welled up in his heart. Chapter 207. Under the water, Jiangli looked at the altar around him. Although it was only a few square meters in size, it was crystal clear, and all of it was made of solid spirit stones. It penetrated into the ground and formed a mineral vein. His spiritual force penetrated into the rocks, and there were spirit stones everywhere, like jadeite inlaid in the depths of the raw stone. In addition, there seemed to be a faint light flickering under the altar. There were also spirit stones under the altar, and they were all attributed spirit stones. I'm rich, this altar is full of spirit stones, at least 100 kilograms. This time I'm rich. Even if I need to condense the body of the great emperor, I will need a lot of energy. Moreover, this is a mineral vein. After I mine them one by one, I might be able to mine 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Wouldn't I be as rich as a country? Jiangli stroked the altar, drooling. Just like a hungry person seeing a big cake, of course, he would pounce on it and take a few bites. Take out the spirit stones immediately and put them into the space of the great emperor relic. Jiangli took out a special tool for cutting and mining spirit stones from the space and started mining under the water. It was extremely difficult to work underwater, but he was physically strong, and the great emperor's water seal could reduce the water pressure. He could fuse with the water even more smoothly than a fish. He could almost mobilize the energy of the water and use the pressure to temper his body. After a while, an altar of about a few cubic meters was cut down. It was a huge spirit stone. Jiangli weighed it, 201 kilograms. Spirit stones are very light. Because they are energy blocks, they only weigh 200 kilograms per cubic meter. However, a gram of spirit stone is very precious, so 200 kilograms of spirit stone is simply heaven-defying. He immediately became a rich man. Many groups on Earth are not as rich as him. Sure enough, the wealth gained from exploring the outer planets is the most heaven-defying. Even business can't compete with it. Of course, according to the rules, even if the students of Starry Sky University find spirit stones, they can only sell them to the university at a low price. Otherwise, it would be a crime of smuggling. But it would be a pity to absorb it himself. But how could he absorb so much? The altar was cut down and thrown into the depths of the space of the great emperor relic for storage. Fortunately, there was space, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to collect it. The robot can't come down either, it would be crushed by the storm above the canyon. Oh, as soon as the altar moved away, Jiang Li's eyes widened. A beautiful radiance shot out and embedded itself into the rocks, revealing a few elemental spirit stones. This is a water attribute spirit stone. Jiangli said as he dug out a fist-sized sphere from the rock. It glistened with watery light, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard, almost like a surging river. Also, this is a thunder attribute spirit stone. He dug out another one. It was also the size of a fist. Holding it in his hand, lightning crackled around his body. There seemed to be a world of lightning in the depths of the spirit stone. Wind attribute spirit stones. Another piece was dug out. The storm inside was howling and shaking at all times. It really gave off the feeling of the 5 continents shaking, wind and thunder. Fire attribute spirit stone. Jiangli found another one, and it was much better than the fire attribute spirit stone he had obtained last time. There are water, fire, wind, and lightning spirit stones here. There's even a light attribute spirit stone. Jiangli took out a milky white spirit stone. With a slight shake, light shot out and pierced through the dark waters. Then, he obtained a pitch-black spirit stone. It was of the dark attribute. Finally, he dug out a metallic spirit stone. It was actually a pure metal attribute spirit stone, different from the metal attribute of flying swords. It was a type of innate metal that hadn't been contaminated, and could be fused into the body to strengthen bones. But Jiangli didn't need it. Among the 4 seals of the Great Emperor's seal, there was no metal in them, so they formed their own system. It seemed that this metal attribute spirit stone would have to be sold or exchanged for other treasures. Other than that, there were no other spirit stones. There were a total of 7 types of spirit stones: water, fire, wind, lightning, light, dark, and gold. Originally, there shouldn't have been any fire attribute spirit stones at the bottom of the sea, but when Jiangli touched the vein, he found that the stones were boiling hot. Clearly, there was underwater lava in the depth. Over time, it would form fire attribute spirit stones. What a large vein! Jiangli left the location of the altar and looked around. There were many spirit stones hidden deep within the rock. Some were big and some were small. The small ones were only a few grams, while the big ones were the size of a fist. However, to dig through the rocks and collect all these spirit stones was a huge project, because some spirit stones were hidden in the rocks hundreds of meters deep. What was exposed outside was an altar, and under the altar were 7 pearl-like attribute spirit stones. Everything else had to be mined. Jiangli also felt that it was difficult to mine, but it didn't matter. He was interested in the spirit cave here. At the location of the altar, the spirit cave with a radius of a few square meters was actually gathering spirit energy at a speed of 300 times. He was now in the 2nd dimension, and he could absorb 600 grams a day. What if it was Hong Heiyu? With the 10th dimension, he could absorb at least 3,000 grams a day. How much would 3 kilograms of spirit stones be sold for? Of course, Hong Heiyu couldn't absorb it. It was like a person could only eat so much in a day. If he ate too much, he would die. However, experts could use their spirit energy to convert the spirit energy of heaven and earth into spirit liquid and collect it. The effect was similar to the spirit stones. In short, this spirit cave's feng shui treasure land couldn't be lost, nor could it be given to others. It was a pity that the geographical location was not good, and it was deep underwater. Otherwise, it would be a good base to build. If there was high technology, building a base wasn't impossible, but it was too difficult. Even a supersonic mecha couldn't enter the Storm Canyon, which was dozens of miles long. With Jiang Li's current power, it was impossible to build a base. Unless he advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, cultivated the body of the Great Emperor, and cultivated the fetus of the Great Emperor, then had the ability to move mountains, he could consider building a cave abode here. Wait for me to inform the teacher. He will use the battleship to mine here. The mineral veins here extend far, and there are at least 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones. The teacher spent a lot of money to nurture me, so it's only right for him to get these spirit stones. Jiang Li entered the space of the Great Emperor relic again. He ejected out of the water and landed on the island. He looked at the feng shui layout and started taking pictures to send to his teacher, Hong Heiyu. Only Hong Heiyu had the ability to mine all the spirit stones here. This is a good place, a good place. Other than that, there must be a lot of undiscovered wealth on these thousands of islands. Jiang Li looked around. If this archipelago was developed, the economic value it brought would definitely make people rich overnight. Rumble. At this moment, the roar of a huge battleship came from afar. Huh? The teacher is here? That's not right. He hasn't replied me yet. Even his battleship can't be so fast. Jiang Li tensed up. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 4 ships, 4 battleships appeared in the sky. They weren't starfish battleships, but a more advanced and powerful battleship that was worth tens of billions, Star Dragon. Starfish battleships were worth 4 billion, while Star Dragon battleships were worth between 20 billion to 30 billion. Rulai Wang's battleship was one of the more luxurious ones. This time, he wanted to upgrade the battleship, completely remodeling it from Star Dragon to Starking King. These 4 battleships were definitely not natives of this planet, but students of Starry Sky University. They might even be the most powerful among the students. As soon as they flew into the sky, Jiang Li knew something was wrong. This place had been discovered. Wu, the 4 battleships worked together, and a powerful energy storm swept over. It was too late for Jiang Li to dodge. This was a search radar, and dodging was useless. The range of the 4 battleships was tens of thousands of square kilometers in an instant, and it could still expand. The speed of the energy radiation was the same as the speed of light. Even if the Great Emperor relic was 10 times faster, it would be useless. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle in that instant, 4 intense lasers locked onto him, illuminating his entire body. Then, the rumbling sound of mechas landed, and dozens of black shadows shot down from the sky, landing not far from Jiang Li. The dozens of black shadows automatically retracted their helmets, revealing their faces. There were Caucasians, Asians, and black people. However, they were all students of Starry Sky University, and each of them had an extraordinary aura. Obviously, they had gone through many years of training, and were definitely the most powerful characters in Starry Sky University's team. Who are you? Students of Starry Sky University? A white man walked up and spoke in his native Earth language. Why are you here? Did you discover the secret of this place? These words were said very bluntly, and the hostility was very deep. It was as if his buried treasure had been dug out. Who are you? Jiang Li was secretly vigilant, because this white man's vitality was above 10, and might even exceed Rulai Wang. He was not a simple character, and there were so many people here, and some of them were unfathomable. I'm the captain of Glory Team, O Lang. The white man's tone became more and more fierce. This time, there are a total of 4 teams working together to explore this mining area. Glory Team, Hengshan Team, Longhua Team, and Light Team. They are all teams ranked in the top 1,000. Let me ask you, what did you find here? Nothing, I just came out to travel, and saw that the feng shui here was good, so I came down to take a look. Of course, Jiang Li would not admit that he had obtained 200 kilograms of spirit stones. Of course, even if he did, these people could not do anything to him, but it was better not to expose his wealth. You're lying. Another student walked up, about 24 years old, and surprisingly, he was Asian. Speak, what did you find here? His tone was gloomy, and his words carried a magic that affected the soul. In an instant, it seeped into Jiang Li's mind, and actually controlled his mind. This was the beginning of hypnosis. Chong Ding. Jiang Li felt that this person's mental cultivation was a big shot, but this level of mental power was no match for him. Instead of answering, Jiang Li asked, "What's your name?" Hengshan Wu Bing. The yellow man was stunned, but he replied. At this moment, he was hypnotized. Chapter 208. Hengshan Wubing. He used to be from Japan. This surname still retains its original style. Jiang Li didn't need any effort to hypnotize this expert. He should be a senior student. Also, he mentioned the Hengshan team, so he was obviously the leader. This person's strength was extremely strong. If it was a competition of vitality, Jiang Li was far from being this person's opponent. However, his hypnosis technique was much weaker. When Jiang Li's spiritual power erupted from 2 dimensions, this person could only wait to be captured. Although Chong Ding realm was powerful, it couldn't withstand the spiritual essence left behind by the Heavenly Emperor and Jiang Nailan. The Caucasian student, Oolong, the leader of the Glory Team, immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. He didn't launch a mental attack, but suddenly struck out with his palm. Whoosh! A strong wind blew and the wind blades were like knives, slashing towards Jiang Li. This wind blade could slash 100 steps away. It could be said to be the authentic 100 steps divine fist. Jiang Li had already expected this. He floated back and began to use the Emperor's wind seal. Before the wind blade could cut his body, he had already floated 100 steps away. However, when the wind blade slashed the ground, it plowed a deep ravine and sparks flew everywhere. If a person was cut by it, they would most likely be cut in half. This showed that this Caucasian Oolong had no scruples. What a powerful trump card! Jiang Li smiled, but his tone became unusually harsh. We are all students of Starry Sky University. Your actions have violated the rules of Starry Sky University, and even violated the laws of humanity. Do you understand? Law? Oolong stepped forward. Cut the crap. What did you find here? And quickly go down to the bottom of the Storm Canyon and check it out. He was commanding a few experts. But there's a piercing wind in this canyon. It's extremely sharp. Even a sonic mecha would be torn to pieces. A student stood up. At the same time, many people surrounded Jiang Li. The lights from the battleship in the sky shone down and locked onto his position. I advise you not to move recklessly. The moment you do, the warship will shoot down beams of light. You won't be able to escape. You'll be reduced to ash in an instant. Oolong waved his hand. I have a modified mecha that can move at the speed of sound, but it could completely withstand the storm. Take it, put it on, and go down to explore. After so many months of calculations, we can't let everything go to waste. Yes. One person flew onto the battleship and instantly changed into a mecha. Golden light flickered as he activated his full power and shuttled towards Storm Canyon. He dived down with great difficulty and finally disappeared. Half an hour later, this person suddenly came back with a gloomy expression. His mecha had been damaged and was clearly unusable. As he walked, his mech was covered in cracks. This was a mech that had been upgraded to the speed of sound. It was a very high-end mech that seemed to be specially used to traverse the Hurricane Canyon. However, it was still damaged by the wind. Captain, there are indeed mineral veins below, but there are no exposed spirit stones. It seems that they have been taken away by someone. The student's expression was very ugly. This is an underwater map. There are obvious traces of mining. He had taken a lot of pictures underwater. This, the naked spirit stone, has been taken away. This is outrageous, outrageous. Oolong looked at the pictures and almost vomited blood. Who took our spirit stones? Kill, kill, kill. As he spoke, he turned around and glared at Jiang Li. Speak, did you take the spirit stones? There are spirit stones below? Jiang Li had a puzzled look on his face. From what I see, this island's environment is an array formation. It's a natural feng shui layout. There should be something good inside. However, I don't understand what you're saying. You're such a big power, and it wasn't easy for you to obtain an upgraded sonic mecha before you could enter this canyon. That's true. One of the students thought about it and felt that Jiang Li was right. It was very difficult to enter the depths of Storm Canyon. The pictures above are newly mined. Oolong fiercely glared at that student. Immediately, that student didn't speak. He waved his hand, and the lasers on the 4 battleships became even more ferocious. They concentrated on Oolong's body, causing his entire body to feel transparent. If he had spirit stones, they would have been exposed. Before we came here, we had already searched tens of thousands of square kilometers of land and the inside of the canyon. There was no one. But as soon as you came here, the spirit stones disappeared. You are too much of a coincidence. Oolong walked forward and stared at Jiang Li. And you are suspicious the Hengshan soldiers were actually hypnotized by you? What is his cultivation level? He is the captain of the Hengshan squad. He has been in Starry Sky University for 5 years. His mental strength is definitely not something you can compare to. If I am not wrong, your vitality should only be a little more than 4. You have a secret. Tell me, what is it? Why should I tell you my secret? Jiang Li, every Starry Sky University student has a secret. Why can't I have a secret? Tell me. Another master stood up. This matter concerns our overall situation, the wealth of our squad 4. You also know that there is a mineral vein below. Once it is mined, it will be priceless. Even if you are a student of Starry Sky University, if you don't explain this matter clearly, we will kill you. You dare. Jiang Li hurriedly activated the photon computer microchip and was about to record this incident, but the microchip had already lost its effect. Save it. Lang pressed on. We have already activated signal interference, no information can be sent out. So now you're all alone. If there's nothing, we'll kill you for nothing. I hope you won't break our bottom line. Tell us where the spirit stones went. Also, only we know about this mine. You can't leak any information. What do you want? I said I don't know where the spirit stones are, and I don't have any place to hide them. How can you believe me? Jiang Li was looking for a chance to escape. He was confident. First, tell us the secret of your mental strength. Second, we will control you and conduct research on you. Third, accept our hypnosis to verify if what you said is true. Fourth, we will imprison you until we finish excavating the mineral vein. At the same time, we will use hypnosis to erase your current memories. Lang's killing intent was dense. If you don't obey, only death awaits you. You guys have the guts. Jiang Li also knew that the benefits of this huge mineral vein was enough to make people go crazy. Killing was inevitable, but he also wanted the mineral vein here. This mineral vein could be used to excavate at least 1,000 kilograms or even several thousand kilograms of spirit stones. The value was huge. In addition, the spirit cave was also invincible and suitable for Jiang Li's cultivation. One must know that the energy needed to advance to the great emperor's embryo was almost incalculable. With the support of the spirit cave, it would be much easier. This place had 300 times the spiritual energy. Although it was such a small place, its value was immeasurable. He could leave now, and the people here would not be able to catch up to him. But after he left, he would have to give up on the mineral vein and the spirit cave. This was extremely unreconciled, especially since he knew that he had offended the Jiang family. In the future, he would not be able to contend with such a powerful family without a strong foundation. And to become stronger, he first needed funds. Right now, he was lacking a lot of funds. Secondly, the Imperial Star would soon face a revolution. Chen Tianshu might counterattack and attack the entire Starry Sky University. When that time came, there would be endless changes and calamities. When the great calamity came, he needed to accumulate strength with his mentor. For example, his mentor needed to upgrade his battleship. Hong Heiyu's battleship was very powerful, but there were still flaws. To continue upgrading it would require a lot of funds, but if he obtained this mineral vein, he should have the funds to upgrade it. When the great calamity came, having a mineral vein's funds would be completely different from having no funds at all. What's more, there was the spirit cave. Jiang Li felt that there were thousands of kilograms of spirit stones in the mineral vein. In fact, there were even better things in it. Perhaps he had not discovered it, but the geology here was formed 500 million years ago. How much energy could have changed over such a long period of time? Therefore, the spirit cave and mineral vein here must be kept. But if they were kept, would he have to control all the people here or kill them all? Jiang Li absolutely did not want to do this. First, he could not kill so many people for the sake of fighting for wealth. Second, even if he did, it would cause too much of a commotion, and the Starry Sky University would definitely investigate. This was not a small number of people. The 4 teams were all ranked within the top 1,000. The last time Jiang Tianhe died, they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, not to mention this group of important people. My mentor should be here soon. When he arrives, I'll let him solve this matter. Jiang Li thought for a moment. How about it? What do you think of these conditions? Lang saw that Jiang Li was thinking, and his expression was uncertain. Finally, he began to pressure him. My time is limited. I will give you 10 seconds. I will count to 10. If you delay any longer, it will not be up to you. 1, 2. As he spoke, Lang really began to count. When he counted to 5, suddenly, a violent airflow and energy spread in all directions from deep in the sky. A huge and ferocious battleship seemed to have jumped from the sky, and the energy waves it brought caused the 4 Star Dragon battleships to shake. The lasers locked on to Jiang Li's body shook. Hong Heiyu's battleship had arrived. The quality of Hong Heiyu's huge battleship was far better than Star Dragon's. Even if Star Dragon was upgraded 10 times, it would not be comparable to this battleship. This was based on Hong Heiyu's entire fortune. A wave of energy shone on Jiang Li's body. It was Hong Heiyu's battleship. It formed an energy shield and completely protected him. Then, a figure without any armor came to his side. It was Hong Heiyu. He glanced at them and said, "Your 4 teams are very good. You actually killed Starry Sky University's students and companions. This is against human law and Starry Sky University's rules. What punishment do you deserve?" So it's the recently promoted vice principal, Hong Heiyu. Lang's expression changed. He took a step back, but then his expression became even more fierce. You're just a vice principal. Are you going to compete with us students for this mine? According to Starry Sky University's rules, whoever finds it first will have it. We've found this place for a long time. Chapter 209. Fighting for the vain is a small matter, silencing them is the key. Jiang Li sighed in relief. With Hong Heiyu here, the master and disciple working together, this vein was bound to be theirs. This has violated the rules of Star Sky University and human laws. I won't argue with you about this. Leave immediately. I was the one who discovered this vein. You. Damn it. Lang wished he could kill Jiang Li immediately. Jiang Li appeared weak before, but after having his mentor backing him up, he immediately became arrogant. This made Lang regret not killing this person earlier. These people surrounded you here. They all want to fight for the spirit cave? Hong Heiyu's soul force was transmitted. They found the spirit cave in vain, but I was the first to mine it. I have already excavated 200 kilograms of spirit stones and some attribute spirit stones, but before I could use them, I was discovered by these people. This time I made a big profit, but I can't give up on this vein and spirit cave. If the mentor obtains it, he will have a large amount of wealth to upgrade his battleship and prepare for the coming calamity. Jiang Li, I have explored it. There are at least 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones below. Of course, there might be some good things that I haven't found yet. This vein is indeed very big. It is very likely that there are more than a few thousand kilograms of spirit stones. I've also taken a look at the archipelago here. It corresponds to the stars, and its geological age is extremely ancient. If this archipelago can be modified, it can be turned into an excellent base, a natural treasure land. I can also use technological means to develop this place into a paradise, especially this storm canyon. The storm is fierce, and it's simply a natural energy furnace. If the wind energy here is used, how much effect can it produce? Hong Heiyu was interested in the overall environment. Jiang Li was also shocked. He didn't think that much, he only cared about spirit stones. Now, after Hong Heiyu's reminder, he realized that the storm canyon here was the real treasure. This canyon was tens of kilometers long, the wind billowed, the airflow could even tear a mecha at the speed of sound. How much energy was this? If an energy furnace was built here, how much energy would it be? Wind power was a kind of energy. As early as 200 years ago, wind power could be used to generate electricity, and electricity could be converted into various kinds of energy. But now it was basically nuclear energy or even more advanced wormhole energy. Humans could already compress energy into energy block. Wind energy had already been eliminated because it was unstable and weak, making it difficult to control. However, the energy in Hurricane Canyon was completely different. Even a sonic mecha would be torn apart by the wind energy, and it was stable at all times. This was indeed a good place to build a stable energy source. This kind of energy had already surpassed nuclear energy, and was a gift from nature. At the very least, even a small nuclear bullet would only be able to tear apart a low-Martial mecha. It would be useless against a mid-Martial mecha with supersonic speed. Mentor, no matter what, we'll take this piece of land. Don't even think about getting it. Jiang Li had long had this thought. You guys can leave. I don't want to be known as a bully. Hong Heiyu waved his hand. Hong Heiyu, you're too overbearing. Suddenly, the rumbling sound of battleships came from deep in the sky again. Another 4 battleships appeared in front of them. These 4 battleships had already surpassed the Star Dragon and were at the level of the Star King. The battleship levels were divided into Starfish, Star Dragon, Star King, Star Emperor, and Star Deity. Among them, when one reached the Star King level, one could perform a void jump and wormhole folding. However, a wormhole jump required the establishment of a base and the establishment of a coordinate point in 2 places. Then, one could use the base's energy to carry out a large-scale expansion of the wormhole. Until now, this was all done by the government. It was impossible for an individual to achieve this goal. As for the Star Emperor and Star God, they were bases that carried their own wormholes and could travel in the vast universe. They could even stay in the universe for decades, supporting a system. This was the Noah's Ark, created by humans to prevent them from encountering irresistible enemies, and for humans to migrate in the universe. Hong Heiyu actually wanted to upgrade his battleship to the Star Emperor. His battleship was also the Star King, but it was not an ordinary Star King. It had gone through many upgrades and was almost at its peak. Another expert in the embryonic breathing realm, the tutors of the 4 small teams? Hong Heiyu looked at the 4 Star King battleships that had appeared in the sky and immediately knew that they were the tutors of the 4 small teams. They were all experts in the embryonic breathing realm. However, he did not care at all, as many experts in the embryonic breathing realm were at the first level of the embryonic breathing realm, psyche breathing realm, while he was at the divine breath realm. Even if there were more people, it would not stop his determination to obtain this archipelago. The 4 Star King battleships were lined up together, and their energy was interconnected. Substantial waves were emitted, accompanied by the gradual descent of 4 human figures. 4 human figures, 4 big tutors. 4 experts in the embryonic breathing realm. They were all high and mighty figures, but with the temptation of a mineral vein, no one could resist it. Glory Small Team, Hengshan Small Team, Longhua Small Team, and Light Small Team. They were all small teams that were ranked in the top 1,000, and each of them had powerful abilities. Their captains were similar to Rulai Wang, and some were even stronger. Only the embryonic breathing realm could teach such people. Among the 4 embryonic breathing realm tutors, 2 were Caucasians, and the other 2 were Asian. Odin Weidu, Hengshan Jiushan, Gu Pengfei, Kishinlaf. Hong Heiyu's gaze swept across the 4 of them. Are you standing up for your disciple? Are you also trying to snatch this treasured land? No, no, no. A tall Caucasian tutor walked out. He was the tutor of the Glory Small Team, Odin Weidu. He was not wearing armor, but just a long white robe. He was like a priest, with a cross hanging in front of his chest, and believed in the ancient Christ. He walked casually, as though there was a halo swaying continuously behind his head, illuminating his future. This light gave people confidence, illuminated their hearts, and made them obedient. The light of faith? With one look, Jiangli knew that this was a trick of the Christian Church. They used their own spirit to infuse energy, and then sprinkled it, forming a holy light. Anyone who was sprinkled would have faith in the Christian Church. This was called the holy light, but it was actually a method to tempt people's hearts and souls. Hence, the human government had banned the use of tempting methods to proselytize. However, there were many Christians in the upper echelons of the human elite zone who were pushing for legislation to allow Christian missionaries to use the holy light to proselytize. If this law was implemented, the entire human world would probably become a Christian world. Hong Heiyu, this mine and the islands were discovered by our students first. We've already drawn a map here. Odin Weidu secretly surrounded Jiang Li and Hong Heiyu, looking like he was ready to act at any time. Then why can't the Starry Sky University's map show this place? Jiang Li opened the AI chip and recorded everything. The Starry Sky University has a rule. If you discover a new map or a new spirit cave, you must first record it and upload it to the official website. Only then will you be able to prove that you were the first to discover it. Sorry, I just uploaded the map here. The Starry Sky University had a rule. If you discovered a place and uploaded the map to the official website, only then would you be able to prove that you were the first to discover it. If there was a lawsuit in the future, you would be able to gain a huge advantage. This place might have been discovered by the 4 teams, but it was impossible for them to upload it to the official website. Even their mentors couldn't tell them. Perhaps they saw that Hong Heiyu and the others couldn't hold on any longer, so they informed their own mentors. Good boy, this move can be said to be cutting off all means of retreat, gaining the upper hand. Hong Heiyu was overjoyed. Although he was strong, the Starry Sky University was a world that paid attention to rules. Although he was the vice principal, he couldn't go on a killing spree. Now that there were so many heroes gathered, it would be very difficult to snatch away this treasure land. Jiang Li's first move was to control the situation. In the future, when fighting for this treasure land, he would gain the upper hand. You're Jiang Li, right? A yellow-skinned man walked out. It was Gu Pengfei. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, piercing fiercely towards Jiang Li. You played a beautiful move. Hong Heiyu has accepted a good student. I know a little about your student's strength. He was born with the bloodline of the Jiang family and belongs to the Sun and Moon group, which is also the family that Saint Naylan belongs to. However, he rebelled against the family and slaughtered the family members. This time, in the black market of Earth's 36 watching, he killed several uncles. The Jiang family's influence in the Starry Sky University will never let him go. How dare you make enemies here? When Jiang Li heard this, he knew that some of the things about the black market had spread. After all, the black market's movements were too big. The base of the Sun and Moon group changed owners, and the establishment of the Red Emperor group began to sell a variety of goods in large quantities. This had a great impact on the Earth's market, which caused the Earth's stock market to soar. It had a subtle impact on the economy of the whole person, so naturally, people would notice. Mentor Gu Pengfei, I don't know anything about what you said, nor have I heard of it. What exactly is the Earth's black market? Jiang Li pretended to be confused. Right now, we're discussing the ownership of this archipelago. Since I was the one who discovered it first and posted it on the official website, it has already been recognized by the law. I have limited rights to develop it. You guys can leave now. It's not up to a small character like you to decide whether to leave or not. Gu Pengfei didn't look at Jiang Li. Instead, he turned to look at Hong Heiyu. Hong Heiyu, what do you say? You won't be able to swallow up such a large mineral vein and a treasured land with good feng shui alone. There are also many spirit caves here, which are the most suitable for building a base and cultivating. Do you want to swallow them all? This storm canyon has sufficient wind energy. After setting up the equipment, you can build an energy factory by collecting the wind energy every day and produce large amounts of energy blocks. Other than that, the islands here can also build a large-scale factory that can absorb astral energy every night. This is also a rather large energy production factory. With such a production capacity, even if we produce energy blocks, it would be worth about 100 billion every year. This is still a conservative estimate. If we were to carry out a large-scale construction here and transform the terrain, with the right time, location, and manpower, the production capacity would increase by a lot. Do you want to monopolize it? Jiangli listened carefully. If they were to build a base here, they would be able to produce at least 100 billion every year. Moreover, they would be able to produce it continuously. They didn't need any capital. After installing an energy furnace, they would be able to absorb wind energy and star energy and produce energy blocks in large quantities. They didn't even need people to manage it. They could just buy a large number of robots to operate it. Chapter 210. Energy was something everyone needed. Whether it was to operate a battleship, mecha, or research, they all required energy. Especially if one wanted to materialize energy for medical treatment and defense, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Humans had a huge demand for energy, and there was a market for it everywhere. Of course, there were many types of energy, and they were divided into different grades according to their energy density. The lowest grade energy could provide heat, heating, air conditioning, flying cars, and other things, while the higher grade energy could power battleships, mecha, and other things. Higher grade energy blocks could materialize all kinds of humanoid forms and shield. The storm energy and star energy here were very high grade, and they would definitely fetch a good price if they were sold. This base, I want it. Hong Heiyu didn't care about the pressure from the four mentors. You guys retreat, I don't want to fight. According to the rules of Starry Sky University, this blessed land is also mine. Gu Pengfei, you said I can't take it, but let me tell you, within a month, I can build a large base here. This time, we won't let you take it for yourself. The Odin guard looked at the sky. Flood darkness prison. Your old enemies are coming. Of course, there are also the Jiang family's people. Let's see how you face them this time. We'd rather expose this mine than let you monopolize it. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, battleships appeared again. 2 battleships. Both were Star King battleships, and one of them was actually similar to Hong Heiyu's. Jiang Li recognized it at a glance. It was Gui Junzi's battleship, Hong Heiyu's mortal enemy, someone he had to kill. Then the other battleship was Jiang Hailong's. Sure enough, Gui Junzi and Jiang Hailong came out of the battleship. As soon as the two of them landed on the ground, Jiang Hailong's eyes shone with undisguised killing intent. Little bastard, your courage is not ordinary. You actually dared to commit treason and kill my Jiang family's people. Moreover, those people were your elders. Even if you can escape the punishment of the law by killing them in the black market, you can't escape the Jiang family's rules. What a pity, what a pity! Jiang Li did not show any signs of weakness. Although Jiang Hailong was now an embryonic breathing realm expert who had condensed a sacred fetus, his mental energy should be able to interfere with Jiang Hailong's thoughts. If they were to fight, it would be hard to tell who would win and who would lose. Jiang Hailong, you were not at the black market that day. Otherwise, you would not have appeared here today. Junior, no matter what you say, there's no chance of survival. Jiang Hailong wanted to slap Jiang Li to death. All right, now is not the time for you to carry out your personal grudges. He stared at Hong Heiyu and said sincerely, Brother Black Prison, let's not fight because of personal feelings. You are the vice principal, so you have to look at the bigger picture. How about this, we will all mine this mineral vein together and divide it equally. We will build a base here to absorb the energy and sell the energy that we have harvested. Everyone will gain wealth together. This is the main principle. How about this, I will make the decision on my own. Me, Brother Hailong, the 4 teachers, and Brother Black Prison, a total of 7 of us will divide this mineral vein and sign the contract. Each of us will get 1/7 of the shares. Who are you? You are making the decision on your own? Hong Heiyu suddenly exploded. Gui Junzi, it's not your place to speak here. Get lost. Brother Black Prison, you are still so hot-tempered. This won't do. Bow like a full moon, heavy force makes it easy to break. Don't anger the masses. Gui Junzi's voice was still very calm. He was in control of the situation. So many people were suppressing Hong Heiyu. Anger the masses? You call this anger the masses? There are only a few of you, and you call this anger the masses? What a joke. Get lost. Rumble. Hong Heiyu's body moved. His black hair flew in the air, and he looked like a demon god. A powerful divine will shot out and attacked Gui Junzi. Jiang Li immediately felt the aura of the great emperor's seal. It was the operation of the universe brain. Hong Heiyu's mental power was huge. It came wave after wave like a tsunami. Pooh! Gui Junzi's expression changed. He retreated a few steps. His eyes shot out and he fought against Hong Heiyu. However, he was clearly not Hong Heiyu's match. With just a slight contact, his divine will was destroyed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You guys get lost too. Hong Heiyu's eyes suddenly shot out. His powerful mental power spread out and bombarded the surrounding embryonic breathing realm expert. I will let you know why I, Hong Heiyu, became the deputy principal and what I relied on. In the whole starry sky universe, there are only one highest rule. Strength is king. You want to fight for this cave paradise? Sure. Show me your ability. We won't talk about anything else. If you want the cave paradise, you can only fight. Come at me together. I will fight 1 against 6. If you can't handle me, get lost. Behind him, another 6 big hands appeared and grabbed at the 6 people. 3 heads and 6 arms. He was invincible. This was Hong Heiyu's technique. Powerful energy was emitted from his body. It condensed and dispersed at will. His whole person was as dazzling as a star. His every move was like the stars in the sky. So powerful. Jiang Li stood behind his mentor and looked at the surging energy. He knew that although his cultivation had improved greatly, his mentor had improved even more. He had new achievements every day. It was the Mind Great Emperor seal that opened up the mystery of thinking. Dahe was the first to understand this point. The Mind Great Emperor seal was the key. It opened up the power of the Great Emperor in the mind. Then, one could obtain multiple worlds and change one's view of the world. This was the essence. The other water, fire, wind, and thunder were secondary. Obviously, Hong Heiyu understood this point. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone join forces. Hong Heiyu has gone crazy. He actually attacked us. Although Gue Junzi spat out blood, he was actually not injured. He flew up and said, "Everyone, concentrate your thoughts and control the devil in Hong Heiyu's heart. Condense the sacred embryo. Let's kill the devil together and suppress Hong Heiyu. Hong Heiyu, you are too ruthless. We will definitely not let you have your way." Jiang Hailong and the others could not bear it any longer. They all flew up, and their minds connected in an instant. They stacked on top of each other and rose steadily. The strong waves of their thoughts clashed with Hong Heiyu's. As their minds clashed, their sacred embryos also appeared outside their bodies. The energy transformed into knives, spears, long swords, human forms, and even beast forms. They all roared and attacked Hong Heiyu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few shadows all flew up into the sky. The storm raged, and the energy spread in all directions. The disciples' expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. The battle between the embryonic breathing realm was not something that ordinary people could imagine. It was all a vast explosion of energy. When two embryonic breathing realm experts clashed, buildings could collapse in an instant, and a city could be destroyed. Hence, the embryonic breathing realm experts basically would not appear in the normal district. For example, during the battle in the black market, no embryonic breathing realm experts had appeared. Jiang Hailong also did not go to the black market to hold the fort. This was because every move of the embryonic breathing realm experts was monitored by the human government, afraid that they would cause trouble. 10 directional paths of hell. Suppress the 10 directions, 10 totems. Rumble. Hong Heiyu, who was in midair, spread out his hands. Suddenly, the energy condensed into 10 giant totem poles. Each pole was 100 meters tall, and it was surrounded by the pitch-black hell's chi. Countless demons, yaksha, and gods appeared on it. The 10 ghost god totem poles all represented the path of hell. Cold ice, tongue-pulling inferno. All kinds of hell's tortures appeared on them one by one. Ghosts cried and gods howled, and the heaven and earth immediately became a tragic scene from hell. These totem poles swept across. Fist of the heavens. The Odin guards all exploded with intense holy light. A fist the size of a house appeared in the sky. The intense holy light was like a small artificial sun, bombarding fiercely, wanting to destroy the 10 directional paths of hell's totem poles. Devil's hell, Satan's believer, the Lord will take away everything from you. He had enough confidence to restrain the path of hell. However, the moment the huge holy light collided with the totem poles suddenly exploded with water, fire, wind, and thunder elements. These elements exploded fiercely, and the natural great power directly crushed and destroyed the holy light. Bam! The totem pillar fiercely swept through the sky, and the Odin guard's body exploded. His white robe was in tatters, and he was sent flying back. He landed on an island, coughing up blood. His body was shrouded in black energy, and the saint embryo was also shrouded in black energy. Clearly, the energy of the flood darkness prison had entered his saint embryo and contaminated it. He was no longer able to fight. Hong Heiyu, you're going against the grain. We'll work together to impeach you. Jiang Hailong's sage embryo transformed into a dragon that fought back against the hell godly pillars. Unfortunately, the hell godly pillars had been infused with the Grand Emperor's seal, and the power of water, fire, wind, and lightning shattered the dragon, and Jiang Hailong was slammed into the ground. Next, the 10 pillars behind Hong Heiyu transformed into 2 enormous hands that slammed into the air. 10 directional paths of hell. Annihilate all evil. Put your palms together, and all living beings will be filled with terror and reverence. Hell converges, and all evil thoughts return to hell. In the human world, there is goodness and goodness. If hell is destroyed, all living beings will be at peace. If hell exists, all living beings will fear it. Hong Heiyu's 10-directional hell Dao had finally unleashed its strongest attack. The 10 totem poles transformed into 2 enormous hands, and each totem pole was a finger. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be shrouded by a pair of enormous hands, and the human world and hell began to merge. The totem poles transformed into palms turned golden. The golden light shone on the human world, and it wanted to erase hell. This time, Hong Heiyu seemed to have transformed into Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Once hell was cleared, Bodhisattva would become a Buddha. Rumble! The 2 hands pressed down, and all the embryonic breathing realm experts vomited blood. Gui Junzi's eyes finally showed shock. You? Hong Heiyu, how could you have cultivated the 10-directional hell Dao to such a realm? This isn't an S-class martial arts teaching at all. He could tell that the 10-directional hell Dao definitely didn't have water, fire, wind, and lightning. His body was slapped, and the sage embryo produced a series of explosions. However, another sage embryo actually appeared in his body. The second embryo was connected, and yin and yang circulated. He stood steadily in the air, finally displaying his true ability. The other embryonic breathing realm experts were all unable to fight, and they fell to the ground. Hong Heiyu swept in all directions. Chapter 211. Two Sacred Fetuses. Jiangli was shocked. He knew that Gui Junzi was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful, breaking through the truth of cultivation and transforming into two sacred fetuses. Normally, the sacred fetuses were condensed from a person's whole body's essence, qi, and spirit. Once condensed, it would be completely formed, and there could only be one. In the cultivation world, the sacred fetuses had another name, which was nascent soul. It meant that one's own essence, qi, and spirit had condensed into a baby, which represented the beginning of a person's second life. It was called rejuvenation. After the sacred fetuses were condensed, even if the human body died, the sacred fetuses could continue to exist for a period of time. The longer the cultivation time, the deeper the embryonic breathing realm, and the longer the sacred fetuses could live. According to the theory of the embryonic breathing sacred fetuses, each person could only give birth to one nascent soul. However, there were all kinds of strange things in the world. For example, humans could only have one head, but there were often deformities, so it wasn't strange for them to have two heads. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for some cultivators with outstanding talent to cultivate two sacred fetuses by chance when they practiced other martial arts method. All kinds of miracles could happen in the whole world. Two sacred fetuses represented strong combat power. The energy flowed with each other, and the yin and yang changed without hesitation. It could produce many endless changes. A person with two sacred fetuses was much stronger than two embryonic breathing realm strong practitioners. It was like a person with a vitality of two and two people with a vitality of one. At this moment, Gui Junzi's strength was completely exposed. Hong Heiyu, don't think I'm afraid of you. Although you have increased your realm, you may not be able to handle me. Gui Junzi didn't look like he was injured at all. It was all fake. He purposely vomited blood and got injured so that everyone could attack Hong Heiyu together. However, now that Hong Heiyu was suppressing everyone with his skills, he had no choice but to show his strongest strength and fight it out with Hong Heiyu. Jiangli, give me mental energy. Our mental energy will connect together and defeat Gui Junzi together. Hong Heiyu suddenly sent a telepathic message to Jiangli. All right. Jiangli knew that Hong Heiyu wanted to use his great emperor's prestige to injure Gui Junzi. Jiangli's killing intent was aroused. Although it was against the rules of Starry Sky University, he must fulfill his mentor's wish. Ha ha! Hong Heiyu laughed heartily. Gui Junzi, you've hidden yourself well enough? You actually managed to have a second child. If this was the era of the country, having a second child would have been a fine. The fine would have made you bankrupt. Hong Heiyu, I didn't want to fight you at first, but you stole this mine and disregarded the rules. You rewarded so many of our teachers. I won't talk about impeaching you in the future, but I'll suppress you today. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? I made you the vice principal because I wanted you to stand up for us. It doesn't mean I'm inferior to you. At this time, Gui Junzi's sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his entire body exuded a scholarly aura. Two holy embryos appeared behind him, one green and the other white. I'm not afraid of having my body smashed to pieces. I want to leave my innocence in the world. Gui Junzi's two holy embryos were exactly the same as him. One was made of green and the other was made of white. Do you think two holy embryos is the limit? My celestial technique is not bad, it is a celestial technique. It's called the ancient three pure ones. Two holy embryos are only half. When the last holy embryo is born, I will be the celestial lord. Combining Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, this is the real holy embryo. The energy in his body surged wildly, and it was actually on par with Hong Heiyu's. Hong Heiyu, do you think that just because you have advanced to the second level of the embryonic breathing realm, the divine breath realm, you are more qualified than me? You're wrong. Actually, I am far superior to you. The reason why I haven't advanced is because all my energy has been cultivating the three pure ones' holy embryo. I have used countless blood essence and hard work to polish the second holy embryo, but it is not complete. When I polish the third holy embryo, I will immediately advance to the divine breath realm, or even the mixed primordial breath realm. Hong Heiyu, what do you think? Three pure ones' holy embryo. Jiangli knew that this was definitely a special divine technique, similar to the body of the great emperor and the embryo of the great emperor. It was very difficult to practice, and it was also very difficult to advance to the realm. However, if it was successful, it would be like a great river bursting its bank. It would be unstoppable, and the mountains and rivers would be submerged into a swampy country. Come on, Hong Heiyu, let's fight. Gue Junzi put his hands together, and suddenly, a strong energy burst out, setting off an elemental frenzy between heaven and earth. Jiangli attacked. Hong Heiyu smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, his energy and Jiangli's energy were closely connected. Their energy fused, superimposed, and vibrated. At this moment, Hong Heiyu's body actually had a trace of the majesty of a great emperor and a saint. Zzz. The energy seemed to break through the air, and emitted the sound of ions being transported at high speed in the atmosphere. In an instant it attacked Gue Junzi. Gue Junzi was about to release energy to attack Hong Heiyu, but his energy instantly attacked his mind, making him totter. The energy of the saint embryo actually began to dissipate. This is... Gue Junzi was shocked. This is the majesty of a saint. Your energy is connected. So strong. Kid, how can your energy be so strong? Kneel. Hong Heiyu roared. Gue Junzi, you are called Gue, but I will make you kneel. From now on, you will be called Kneeling Gentleman. Kneel, kneel in front of me. As he spoke, Jiangli and Hong Heiyu's energy became more and more tyrannical. Wave after wave, they wanted to control Gue Junzi's mind. This caused him to be completely hypnotized and controlled, and he no longer had any chance to turn the situation around. The heavenly venerate has perished, and the great Tao is not to be blasphemed. Even if my body is crushed, my innocence will remain in the world. At this critical moment, a look of great abandonment suddenly appeared on Gue Junzi's face. Rumble. One of his nascent souls disintegrated. It was as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. Violent energy surged everywhere, and endless green air currents spread out. Wherever they spread, there would be ripples like spatial fluctuations that could turn anything into nothingness. Be careful, withdraw your energy. Hong Heiyu's expression changed. He opened up an energy shield, protecting Jiangli within it. At the same time, the battleship deep in the sky shot out a whirlwind, absorbing the green energy. In the midst of this explosion, Gue Junzi suddenly boarded his own battleship. Like a ghost, he began to flee. The battleship shook and immediately disappeared into the sky. Go, go, go. Let's go. Hong Heiyu has gone crazy. Let's impeach him. Even such a powerful person like Gue Junzi self-destructed his saint embryo to escape. We shouldn't stay here, lest we get killed. Impeach, we must impeach him. At this moment, everyone was scared out of their wits. A few embryonic breathing realm instructors leaped onto their own battleships and leaped away. Needless to say, those students wished their parents had given them a few more legs. In a short while, everyone had left. Hong Heiyu couldn't care less about these people. He was in mid-air collecting the energy of the saint embryo's explosion with all his might. In the end, lumps of green sticky colloid appeared on his hand, agglomerating into a small green person that was only half the size of Gue Junzi. It had no face and no longer looked like Gue Junzi. What a pure mass of energy! This is Gue Junzi's saint embryo. Hong Heiyu laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. He went through so much trouble and expended so many resources and energy to finally agglomerate a second saint embryo. Now that the second embryo self-destructed under your pressure, I've collected half of the energy. It's so cool. This energy is indeed pure. It is the combination of countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth with one's own blood essence. After thousands of tempering, countless impurities have been removed, and finally agglomerated into a mass of innate vital qi. Jiang Li sensed the mass of energy carefully. He felt that it was extremely pure, flexible, and full of vitality. This was no longer energy but special flesh and blood. It was a flesh and blood that was of a much higher grade than basic flesh and could be dispersed and agglomerated at will. It was ever-changing and had no impurities. It was a flesh and blood that had supreme green spiritual qi. The agglomeration of this saint embryo cost about half of his family's assets to purchase resources. How much money do you think that is? Gue Junzi has a lot of assets. He himself is the boss of a large corporation. Moreover, his clan is very big. It is one of the top 500 corporations in the human world. Hong Heiyu exerted his might fiercely. The mass of energy in his hand started to agglomerate and gradually turned into a sphere. Jiang Li, the two of us have struck it rich this time. Take out your spiritual stones. I will now make use of the feng shui stratagem of the heaven and earth here to inject the energy that Gue Junzi has painstakingly cultivated for tens of years and countless resources into your body, allowing you to cultivate the body of the great emperor. Your vitality will instantly increase. I can swallow this energy. Jiang Li didn't dare to believe it. This mass of energy was Gue Junzi's saint embryo. Although it had lost half of its energy after the explosion, if it exploded, it could level a mountain to the ground. It would be very difficult to absorb it into one's body. Don't worry, the feng shui stratagem is very mysterious. Moreover, your spiritual force is enough to inherit this energy. I know that your body is very pure now. Your flesh and blood have been tempered many times and have already begun to show signs of transforming into energy. The capacity of the great emperor's body is definitely extraordinary. Hong Heiyu solemnly said, "Originally, I was doing this to help you grow, but you have inherited the prestige of the great emperor. Time will be very slow if you do things step by step. Your canal has already been dug and can be filled." All right then. Jiang Li took out 200 kilograms of spiritual stones and some special attribute spiritual stones that he had guessed. When Hong Heiyu saw this, his eyes lit up. Give it a thumbs up. Light and darkness attribute spiritual stones, these things are hard to come by. I can't believe that there are water, fire, wind, and thunder attribute spiritual stones here. This is really a huge feng shui land. This time, I can definitely increase your vitality to 10. What? It can increase my vitality from 4 to 10? Jiang Li was a little skeptical. It's possible. It depends on how you modify your great emperor's body. If your great emperor's body needs too much energy, your increase won't be very high. However, your body's strength is absolutely invincible. Kacha, Kacha. Hong Heiyu cut the big spiritual stone into many small pieces and began to build. He measured the location and built a small pyramid-shaped building. A wave of energy was generated inside the pyramid. In fact, ancient humans had a lot of great wisdom. They had a natural understanding of feng shui. They built houses to condense energy, and some could even make the souls of the dead not dissipate. The pyramid is one of the best. Modern science of feng shui has studied the pyramid countless times in an attempt to preserve the human soul. It has made many modifications, combined with space, dimension, and energy. As long as people live in the pyramid, they can obtain unimaginable power, strengthen their spirit, guide the soul home, and unite the spirit and body. However, I still need to draw the diagram on the pyramid and fuse it with the stars. This is the most powerful way. Chapter 212. Teacher, your architecture is quite impressive. You can actually use something like a feng shui layout like this? Jiang Li sat in the depths of the pyramid and felt a mysterious power that seemed to have an amplifying effect on his psyche waves. Furthermore, his psyche could more easily permeate space and pull in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Feng shui layout is always in life. What is feng shui? It is the connection between humans and the universe. In fact, facing the east and facing the sun in the morning is also a kind of feng shui. What is the unity of heaven and man? It is to sense the universe at every moment, adjust your position, and completely merge with the frequency of the universe. Hong Heiyu continued with the construction. He sent a few robots down from the battleship to build some strange buildings like altars and put the pyramid in the air. Between heaven and earth, the energy changes all the time. The human mood and flesh have to resonate with the energy changes. Once you master this rhythm, you will master the mystery of the unity of heaven and man. The human body is actually an architecture, and the knowledge of feng shui in architecture can be applied to the human body. For example, this pyramid. Do you think you have comprehended anything from it? Hong Heiyu suddenly asked a question. He was testing Jiang Li's comprehension. Jiang Li lowered his eyes and pondered. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and his whole body made a movement that looked like a martial art, but not a martial art, like a seal, but not a seal. The movement of his body was actually similar to the pyramid. When he made this movement, his body was like a small pyramid, and it blended with the surrounding aura. The invisible energy waves spread out like sound waves, forming something similar to innate gang qi, an existence like a barrier. At this moment, Jiang Li knew why Rulai Wang's great Vajra King Fist could create an aura like a diamond barrier. Because he had communicated martial arts with feng shui, he was constantly adjusting the relationship between himself and heaven and earth, entering the Tao with martial arts. His powerful vitality complemented his various movements, and the surrounding airflow was controlled by him to be as soft as water, as hard as a diamond barrier, and as sharp as a sword or axe. This could be said to be a great martial art that could compete with divine art. Jiang Li's great emperor's seal definitely had this ability, but he couldn't use it for the time being. Now that Hong Heiyu explained the secrets of feng shui and martial arts, he was suddenly enlightened. Not long after, the robots built an altar that was dozens of square meters tall and 7 to 8 meters tall. A pyramid of spirit stones was piled on top of the altar. Jiang Li sat cross-legged in the pyramid, watching how Hong Heiyu performed the ritual. Hong Heiyu said excitedly, "I've been cultivating the 4 seals of the Grand Monarch, combining water, fire, wind, and lightning together. I've gained some insights into the Tao of feng shui and the transformations of being one with heaven and man. I'm certain that the seal will form the body of the Grand Monarch, the strongest body in history. Let me see how your body starts to change." This kind of genetic change is very valuable for scientific research. I can use it as a reference to condense the body of a great emperor in the future. Mentor, you can also cultivate the great emperor's body? Jiang Li was shocked and quickly said, "Then it's better for you to condense this energy. My battle strength won't increase much after condensing it." No. Your cultivation level is low. Giving up the 7 Slaughter-een demon sword this time will cause your life force to drop, but it's a blessing in disguise. You can cultivate an even stronger great emperor's body. You'll be invincible. Hong Heiyu quickly shook his head and disagreed. My body is fixed. It's extremely difficult to give up the 10-directional Hell Dao's body. It's very dangerous. It's not as malleable as you. Also, this energy isn't enough to support me to transform into the great emperor's body. The stronger the cultivation, the harder it is to transform. But with the help of your great emperor's body, I can accumulate a lot of experience and make sufficient preparations for transforming into the great Emperor's body in the future. Hong Heiyu took a deep breath. Jiangli, start now. I'll watch you from the side. Okay, I'll enter the dream. The great Emperor's relic had already been swallowed by Jiangli. Once he received Hong Heiyu's instructions, he immediately started to communicate with Little Dharch. Little Dharch, I'm going to start condensing the great Emperor's body. Do you have any pointers? In the dream, Little Dharch in white clothes appeared again. His face was filled with surprise and joy. It was obvious that the stronger Jiangli was, the more likely he would be able to be freed in the future. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Congratulations. Little Monarch smiled and congratulated him. Then, he demonstrated the 4 seals of water, fire, wind, and lightning and explained, the 9 seals of the great monarch, water, fire, wind, and lightning, forge the body and cultivate the body of a great monarch. The 4 seals of heaven, earth, and human will forge the saint embryo, and cultivate the embryo of a great monarch. Once you have cultivated the body of a great monarch, it will be much easier to cultivate the embryo of a great monarch. You have to remember, this is how the body of a great monarch is formed. Use your heart to control the body and see everything inside. Use your powerful will to suppress the energy and fuse it with your blood. Turn your blood into energy, crystallize your cells, crystallize your space, and transform your space into a divine kingdom. A series of scriptures came out of little Thearka's mouth. It was his own experience of cultivating the great Emperor's body. Outside, Jiang Li's eyes were closed. On the surface, it looked like he had entered the dream, but his hands were making all kinds of hand seals. At this time, Hong Heiyu started to activate the power of the spirit stones. At the same time, he sacrificed Gui Junzi's saint embryo. Flames started to burn. 10-directional hellfire, energy fusion. He used his divine ability and a huge flame surged. Immediately, the saint embryo started to melt, turning into a green liquid that fused with the spirit stones. Boom! The spirit stones also started to burn. The flame was pure and transparent, and it could burn anything. This was the spirit fire, produced by the intense burning of spirit stones. According to the legends, this kind of flame could destroy ghosts and gods. The flame turned into many threads and drilled into the depths of Jiang Li's acupoints and pores. Suddenly, Jiang Li's whole body started to burn, and he looked like a man on fire. However, his expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be in pain. Instead, it seemed like he was about to be reborn. The fire, lightning, wind, and water attribute spirit stones all turned into energy flames and began to temper his body, changing its shape. Jiang Li's expression was solemn and dignified. Every one of his movements was natural and integrated with feng shui. It was as if he was one with heaven and man. This feeling controlled his body to squirm unconsciously, and it was as if his body was made of mud that was being melted into pottery. Gradually, a sparkling and translucent luster seeped out. "It's transparent." Hong Heiyu was constantly observing the changes. Even the instruments on the battleship in the sky were recording Jiang Li's vital signs and analyzing his body's data. Boundless energy continuously flowed into Jiang Li's body. Hong Heiyu was nervously observing from the side. He discovered that Jiang Li's body was gradually becoming transparent. In the end, it was as if he was a statue carved out of crystal, sparkling and translucent. On a closer look, many cells in Jiang Li's body had turned into crystals. It was as if they were spaces that were arranged and combined with each other. They were tightly compressed and formed elemental patterns and crystals. It was as if carbon elements were arranged to form diamonds. Jiang Li's original body was graphite, charcoal, but under the powerful energy compression, it began to transform into diamonds. What a powerful transformation! It is all relying on the spiritual will to compress the energy and inject it into the cells, producing all kinds of unimaginable changes. Of course, if an ordinary person were to be transported like this, their entire body would be burned into qi. However, Jiang Li's cells have undergone many transformations. There is even the power of space within them. He has also absorbed the sword qi of the seven slaughter demon sword. After being tempered, each of his cells is as tough as diamond. Now that he has injected energy into them and rearranged them, it is equivalent to transforming his entire body. This is a true rebirth. Hong Heiyu praised in his heart. Kacha, Jiang Li's body was constantly absorbing energy and strengthening his cells. His body was emitting a large amount of black smoke. This was the impurities in his body being forced out. His body began to crystallize in large amount. His cells fused together and squeezed each other. His entire body actually began to shrink from 1.9 meters to 1.5 meters, 1.4 meters, 1.2 meters, and finally he was almost the size of a baby. He was like a dried corpse that had been weathered for thousands of years, condensed into a ball. This was the fusion of cells and the refinement of impurities, resulting in the shrinking of the body. The next step was to grow, absorb energy, and transform into pure flesh and blood, a flesh and blood that was 100 times better than basic flesh and blood. Sure enough, at this time, Gui Junzi's holy embryo came in handy. The holy embryo itself was a combination of energy and flesh and blood. After being tempered and calcined countless times, it finally turned into something like flesh and blood, like energy. When the holy embryo was injected into Jiang Li's body, it could allow the great emperor's body to obtain energy and transform. Of course, although the energy of Gui Junzi's holy embryo was powerful, it still needed to be further tempered with water, fire, wind, and lightning before it could be transformed into the great emperor's flesh and blood. Originally, it was impossible for Jiang Li to cultivate the great emperor's body unless he spent dozens of years tempering the great emperor's flesh and blood bit by bit and finally transformed it. But now that he had stolen Gui Junzi's results, it was equivalent to losing dozens of years of cultivation. In the words of martial arts novels, it was like obtaining the inheritance of dozens of years of cultivation. Boom! With the injection of this kind of energy, Jiang Li's body began to grow again, changing from a baby to a primary school student, a middle school student, and a high school student. Finally, he returned to his original appearance. With the injection of energy, his body also began to shine like a crystal. The light was hidden, and finally, the brilliance returned to normal. At this time, all the spirit stones had been burned, and those spirit stones with attributes had all turned into nothingness. At the same time, Gui Junzi's holy embryo also disappeared without a trace. Everything was silent, and only the cold voice of Hong Heiyu's battleship could be heard in the sky. Scan, Vitality 7. Mutant cells are compact, and the quality of the body has been greatly improved. My vitality has reached 7. Jiangli jumped and landed lightly on a big rock. 2 footprints appeared on the solid rock surface, and it was like tofu under his feet. What a pity! Hong Heiyu shook his head. The energy is still not enough. I have underestimated the great emperor's body. Now you have only condensed 1/3 of the great emperor's body, and it is not perfect. If you want to condense it again, you will need to find more spirit stones of the 4 elements, and then use ordinary spirit stones to build an altar. Otherwise, you will need to work hard day and night, absorb the elements and spirit stones, and transform your body bit by bit. My realm is still not stable. Jiangli carefully observed his mind, and he was clear about his situation. It is very normal because the great emperor's body is not complete. But I feel that as your vitality becomes stronger, the realm of stability should not be far away. Hong Heiyu stood with his hands behind his back, looked into the distance and said leisurely, "Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, you can break through at any time. Don't be anxious, take it slowly. The longer you accumulate, the stronger the power you will eventually explode." Chapter 213. Jiang Li's vitality started to jump. His vitality had suddenly risen from 4.1 to 7. It could be said that he had made a huge leap, directly increasing his vitality by 2.9 could be considered a miracle, but compared to the energy he had just consumed, it was nothing. Jiang Li even felt that he had consumed 200 kilograms of spirit stones, a lot of attribute spirit stones, and a sage fetus. Yet, he had only increased his vitality by a little. Was there a problem with his cultivation? Teacher, my body seems to be very strong and can pass through the storm canyon with my body, but why is my vitality only 7? There seems to be a lot of energy in my body, but I can't release it. Jiang Li circulated his energy casually, breathing, and punched. Immediately, innate gang qi surged, and the airflow was like a knife that slashed 50 meters away. His body rotated and he pushed out his palm. Instantly, the airflow within 5 steps around him became violent and formed spirals. When it finally stopped, it actually formed a force field. It was heavy, solemn, and had the majesty of a great emperor. The sounds of water, fire, wind, and thunder rang out continuously, and there was boundless pressure in all directions. This force field was even more powerful than the Vajra barrier, but it was still the innate gang qi of martial arts and not a magical ability that used energy. However, this kind of martial arts was not inferior to magical abilities. Unfortunately, although Jiang Li felt endless divine power in his body when he breathed, he couldn't release it. This feeling of not being able to use power was very uncomfortable. He asked Hong Heiyu why. It's very simple. Your physical fitness is very good now, even far surpassing Rulai Wang. However, the body of the great emperor hasn't been completed, so the power is still stored in your body, and your life potential can't be released. When your body of the great emperor is completed, your combat power will soar. At that time, your life force will be completely released, and your true power will be revealed. Hong Heiyu glanced at Jiang Li and didn't think much of it. Actually, the logic is very simple. It's like a martial artist and a health practitioner. A martial artist's combat power is invincible, and he can kill 10 health practitioners when he explodes. However, he definitely won't live as long as a health practitioner, and he will also be troubled by a series of problems such as illness. Life potential and physical fitness are one thing, but life force is another. I see. However, my vitality of 7 is enough. I can tear apart a sonic mecha and run at the speed of sound. Furthermore, by relying on their physical bodies, they can soar into the sky and soar into the clouds. Jiang Li secretly observed his body, and discovered that although a lot of his life force potential could not be unleashed, he had already evolved, and was completely comparable to a star beast. Whoosh! With a leap, he dashed out. Sure enough, he was traveling at the speed of sound. Rumble! A huge rock was smashed by Jiang Li and turned into powder. He exhaled again, and the air current turned into flying swords, shooting all over the sky. His body felt refreshed, without any impurities or pollution. It could be said that he had a body without impurities. Wonderful, truly wonderful! An ordinary expert with a vitality of 7 could run at the speed of sound for tens of seconds at most. They would be exhausted in less than a minute. You, on the other hand, can run for more than 10 minutes. When you fight like this, you're practically invincible. Your stamina is much longer than theirs. Hong Heiyu looked around. I'll start mining now. Let's see if there's anything good here. It's difficult to mine down there. Teacher, do you have any tools? Jiang Li stopped in midair. His arms shook and a violent airflow surged forth, steadily supporting his body. At the same time, he took a step downwards, and a storm appeared beneath his feet. He was like an old monster from the legends. Wherever he went, a violent gale would rise, and sand and pebbles would fly. Of course, he could also run steadily and treat the sky as land. His current cultivation had already surpassed his flying sword. Even the sword and body as one couldn't compare to his great emperor's body. And this was under the situation where the great emperor's body had not reached the small success stage. If the great emperor's body had reached the small success stage, his body would have even more incredible changes. Don't worry, my battleship has been modified many times. It specializes in mining veins. Although the mining here is a little difficult, I have nanomachines. I can separate the storm canyon and let the nanomachines go down. This technology is still simple for me. Also, I need to install a wind energy absorption furnace to charge the battleship and use the wind energy to restrain the wind energy. Hong Heiyu got to work as soon as he said he would. A lot of materials and a few huge furnaces were sent down from the battleship. At this moment, a thick fog appeared in the sky. On both sides of the canyon, there were many buildings that had just been built. It was like magic. Nanomachines? Jiang Li took a look. The fog was made up of particles, and each particle was a robot. There were billions of these robots, so they formed a thick fog that one couldn't even see their fingers. However, the buildings on both sides of the canyon appeared like magic. They were the result of the construction of these robots. It was really like magic. The magician blew up a thick fog, and after the fog subsided, the buildings appeared. Nanomachines weren't actually magical. As early as 200 years ago, humans had already started researching them. However, at that time, they didn't have the technology of the aliens, so the nanomachines were still immature. With the advancement of technology, nanomachines were now truly mature and had reached the pinnacle. Many nanomachines were only the size of molecules. With billions of them gathered together, they seemed endless. They worked together under the control of the AI, and it looked like a thick fog. After the fog dissipated, all sorts of miracles could be seen. Of course, this kind of magical technology was still considered high-end in ordinary human society. Only the elite zone would have them. Even a person at Hong Heiyu's level didn't have many nanomachines. If he had a lot of them, once they were released, the sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers would be covered by nanomachines. Then, the mountains, rivers, and earth would undergo miraculous changes. Wonderful! Nanomachines! Jiang Li exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't describe it with words. This was simply magic. In his eyes, many nanomachines the size of molecules were gathered together. They worked closely and seamlessly according to the AI's program. They gathered stones, fused them together, built houses, cut rocks, renovated materials, installed furnaces, and dug underground. They didn't look like humans, but small insects with sharp claws. Nanomachines weren't called robots just because they looked like humans. The shape of nanomachines was built according to the most suitable appearance for work. It was rumored that nanomachines were based on a ferocious insectoid in the universe. They looked like worker bees. There were insectoids in the universe, and worker bees were natural masters of construction. Nanomachines could create all sorts of miracles according to their structural principles. Nanomachines could even be used in human surgery to remove vascular diseases, repair genes, kill all kinds of viruses, and delay cell aging. In less than an hour, many buildings miraculously appeared on both sides of Storm Canyon. These buildings had altars, towers, pyramids, and lofts. Jiang Li immediately flew up into the sky and discovered that the buildings on both sides of the Tempest Canyon were like chains, sealing the canyon. As for the violent storm in the canyon, it was like a wind dragon that had been trapped by someone. Dragon confinement feng shui layout. With one look, Jiang Li knew that Hong Heiyu had studied architecture. He treated Storm Canyon as a dragon, a wind dragon, and used feng shui to trap it. Then, at the edge of the canyon where the dragon's mouth was, he cut a gap and placed the energy furnace there, activating the huge furnace. Woo 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 woo. Immediately, the storm in the canyon became even more violent. It was as if a wind dragon had been provoked. The endless storm poured into the huge energy furnace. Immediately, the energy furnace began to operate. The furnace used the power of the wind energy to rotate at high speed. Wow, the natural wind energy in this storm canyon is too strong. It's the majestic power of nature. Hong Heiyu came to the side of the canyon and watched the wind energy being injected into the energy furnace. Then, he entered the depths of a newly built room and saw energy blocks being ejected one after another. Jiang Li grabbed and picked up an energy block. It was like a crystal, heavy, and not as light as ordinary energy block. It was a bit like a spirit stone, but it could not be absorbed by the human body. In fact, energy blocks and spirit stones were both energy. It was just that one could be absorbed by flesh and blood, while the other could only be absorbed by machinery. It was like the difference between meat and oil. If humans wanted to run, they had to eat meat. If cars wanted to run, they needed gasoline. The two were not interchangeable. If people drank gasoline, they would die. If a car's tank was stuffed with meat, it would be a big joke. The density of this energy block is so pure. Jiang Li took out his AI and performed an energy analysis. The AI immediately reported, discovered energy block, purity of 5 stars. 5-star energy block? Jiang Li was even more shocked. This kind of energy block can be materialized and condensed. Under the control of the AI, it can evolve into all kinds of energy bodies. Energy blocks were divided into many grades. According to the current standards, it was from 1 star to 10 stars. 1-star energy block was used to generate electricity, cook, and run all kinds of daily tasks. 2-star energy blocks could be used to drive, etc. As for some advanced cars, they would need 3 or even 4-star energy block. And 5-star energy blocks were the advanced ones. They could take human form, such as the Martial Master System, the Martial Ancestor, and the Army. For example, energy shields. The value of this energy block was also very high. In a large base, if there was enough energy, it could completely replace all machinery. For example, energy arms for work, energy people for work, energy shields for defense, energy to interfere with the weather. What a treasure land! The wind energy in this storm canyon is not ordinary wind. It's divine wind, the essence of heaven and earth, combined with the energy of the stars in the sky. This wind is equivalent to a physical substance. Otherwise, it would not be able to tear apart a sonic mecha. Hong Heiyu looked at the energy blocks being produced, and a smile appeared on his face. If all the wind energy in this storm canyon is used, I can build a star absorption board in this base. The entire base can be completely self-sufficient and even sold outside. In other words, after our base is built, it can be like Starry Sky University? Energy can be materialized, transported, wrapped, healed, shields, or even evolved into energy robots. Jiangli felt that it was incredible. He was ecstatic. That's right. Hong Heiyu looked around and smiled with satisfaction. This time, the blessed enclave you found is simply perfect. We can build a base around this blessed enclave, modify the feng shui, and interlock with each other. This will allow the power of this blessed enclave to radiate outwards and absorb more energy. This will be an endless source of wealth and shelter. Chapter 214. A whole month passed by. Hong Black Prison put his heart and soul into managing this paradise. He piloted a battleship and purchased a large amount of resources. He wanted to turn this archipelago into his eternal home. After those resources were transported over, they were constructed by nanomachines. With Storm Canyon as the center, many large towers were built around it. The geomancy of the place became more and more mystical. Hundreds of large furnaces and energy converters were set up on both sides of the canyon to absorb wind energy. More energy blocks were produced continuously. This was equivalent to a large-scale energy production plant, and it was a clean and pollution-free energy source. In addition to the nanomachines, some large metal robots were also transported in to do various things in this base. A large base needed people to take care of it, otherwise it would gradually fall into disuse. Fortunately, the robots could take care of everything perfectly. Moreover, the robots had a longer lifespan than humans. A high-quality robot could operate for 500 years without any problems. Spirit stones continued to be mined from the bottom of the Storm Canyon. More than 5,000 caddies of spirit stones were being nurtured inside. Jiangli looked at the spirit stones piled up in Hong Heiyu's warehouse and divided into various small pieces. He couldn't help but smile from ear to ear all day long. At the same time, many robots explored the hundreds and thousands of islands and found a lot of spirit herbs and treasures. At the same time, they also found some attribute spirit stones in the depths of the ground. This time they really made a fortune. If 5,000 or 6,000 caddies of spirit stones were converted into wealth, how much celestial essence would that be? Of course, spirit stones did not equal wealth. First, only a few people could afford them. Second, it was difficult to transport them out. Of course, Jiangli could transport them out, but these spirit stones would be used by him and Hong Heiyu in the future. With his Heavenly Emperor's body, or even the Heavenly Emperor's embryo in the future, these spirit stones might not be enough. Hong Heiyu wanted to transform his body's cells and genes into the Heavenly Emperor's body. He also needed a lot of spirit stones to burn away the original energy in his body and start the nirvanic rebirth transformation. However, this process required even more spirit stones. The Heavenly Emperor's body itself required tens of thousands of spirit stones. Not to mention that the master and disciple duo had to condense it together. Hong Heiyu had no intention of selling the spirit stones at all. Instead, he began to cultivate and condense the Heavenly Emperor's body. Bit by bit, he expelled the impurities from his body. His body was extremely tough. The cultivation of the 10-directional hell path had tempered his body to the point that it was like the guardian Vajra of hell, suppressing all ghosts and gods. However, it paled in comparison to the physique of a great emperor. The physique of the great emperor comprehended the creation of chaos and fused with the myriad worlds. His cells were converted into crystals and formed a space of their own. As his cultivation deepened, it would become more and more marvelous. Be it his potential or battle prowess, it would far surpass the changes of the 10-directional path of hell. After the base was built, a large number of energy blocks were stored. Hong Heiyu sold some of the energy blocks through certain channels in exchange for a large amount of funds. He once again carried out large-scale construction on the island. He wanted to completely develop this archipelago. As for Jiangli, he spent this month cultivating his great emperor's physique and continuously polishing his martial art. At the same time, he surveyed feng shui and used the storm in Storm Canyon to train his body. Right now, his body was terrifyingly tough. When he cultivated, he barged into the storm naked, making use of the storm and lightning to shuttle through his cells. In the surroundings of Storm Canyon, there were constant thunderbolts formed by ions, causing the canyons on both sides to be filled with lightning and thunder at all times. Electric snakes danced wildly. This was also the reason why the storm was so powerful. The storm that could tear apart a mecha at the speed of sound was completely useless against Jiang Li's great emperor's physique. In Hong Heiyu's words, even if his vitality was 15, it was impossible for his physical body to be baptized in this storm canyon. He would still be torn into pieces. However, Jiang Li was getting stronger and stronger. Swoosh! He darted out of Storm Canyon and shot up several hundred meters into the sky like a rocket. He looked down at the entire archipelago. Right now, the archipelago was brightly lit. Tall towers were built, and there were many mirrors on the towers that were connected together. At night, starlight would descend from the sky and turn into many human-shaped birds and beasts. The starlight would have seeped into the ground, but now, it was all absorbed by these huge mirrors and converted into energy. The entire archipelago originally reflected the stars in the sky, and the feng shui layout was naturally formed. But now, after Hong Heiyu's modifications, it could be said to be the icing on the cake. Tall towers were built, and the mirrors were used as the Earth star. The stars attracted each other, and the energy was even greater. Sometimes, because the energy of the stars was so great, one could even see countless stars twinkling in the sky of the archipelago during the day. All this energy was condensed into energy blocks, and the quality was even higher than the wind energy blocks in Storm Canyon. They were 6-star energy blocks. This was the power of the archipelago's Earth veins. It distorted the space field, causing the light of the stars to be compressed by the huge space distortion during the process of descending. Only then did it become an extremely high-level energy. The entire archipelago was thriving. There were robots and nanomachines being built and modified at all times. Jiang Li also learned a lot of feng shui knowledge during this huge modification. He had a deeper understanding of the unity of man and nature during cultivation. Everything was changing. A large number of energy blocks were produced here every day. Hong Heiyu sold a portion of them and kept the rest for storage. He bought all kinds of high-level equipment to build up the archipelago, and the number of nanomachines was also increasing. Every time Hong Heiyu released them, Jiang Li would see a fog covering dozens of square kilometers. Densely packed robots were building and repairing everywhere, and even carving patterns on the ground of the archipelago. These patterns were also a kind of feng shui technique. They formed patterns and runes that caused the air flow to produce mysterious fluctuations. Between heaven and earth, there was energy surging all the time. It was like the wind sweeping the earth, or like the light of the stars shining in all directions. The function of the runes was to create a special kind of flow. For example, when digging drainage ditches between fields, the energy would flow along with the runes over a long period of time, creating an incredible amount of divine power. This was actually a kind of mysticism, and it was also considered science. Hong Heiyu was cultivating, building, and upgrading the battleship every day. In a month, his cultivation became more and more unfathomable. The battleship had also grown bigger and more majestic, as though it had the aura of an emperor. He sold energy blocks every day and earned a lot of money. In addition, the spiritual herbs on the archipelago were also sold for a lot of money. This way, the battleship could be upgraded. Jiang Li was purely cultivating, forgetting everything else. He observed all kinds of spirit points, absorbed spiritual energy, and transformed the body of the great emperor bit by bit. At the same time, he used water, fire, wind, and thunder elements to temper his body. During this month of cultivation, he gradually became familiar with the body of the great emperor. He absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy and burned it. The inside of his body became more and more crystalline. If one looked at his bones at this time, they would be pure crystals. However, they were very flexible and could be bent at will. With a thought, they were almost gelatinous. With a thought, his bones would be many times harder than diamonds. With a punch, he could punch through any metal forged by advanced technology. At this moment, in a distant place on the Emperor's Star, a group of cats was also growing. Meow. Flower Mask King pounced out and clawed open the head of a giant python. There was a horn on its head, and it was a rare single-horned flood dragon. Its body was invulnerable, but under the claws of the cat, it was like tofu. The cat reached out and took out a bead from the bottom of the python's horn. It was like a capsule, soft, and gave off a fragrance. Flower Mask King swallowed it and started to cultivate. At this moment, a Een demon appeared and sucked the giant python dry. It was like a snakeskin. Dahe floated in the air, looking at the kittens around it. The 5 kittens from Big Cute to 5 Cute were looking everywhere. They got into a huge cave and picked up some mushrooms that looked like Ganoderma with a fragrance. As expected, Dahe, your guess was right. There are flood dragon mushrooms in this cave. Demeng also began to eat the lingji that they had gathered. Then, they swallowed a spirit stone. All of their fur stood up. Their spirit stones had obviously been found on Emperor's Star. Very good. Dahe looked around. The feng shui here is not bad. There is a forest in front which is filled with wood energy. Behind it is a tall mountain which is stable. There are lakes on both sides where the sun and moon gather. This flood dragon has some spirituality, but it is a benefit to us. I think there should be more mind stones in the soil. No way. Is it so easy to find mind stones? Big Adorable didn't believe it. Watch. 7 kill sword. Dahe waved his hand and instantly sword light gathered, drilling into the cave at high speed and seeping into the ground. As expected, in just a short while, a mind stone was dug out from deep underground. It was roughly 30 grams. Most animals with spirituality can sense spiritual energy. They will choose places with more mind stones to live in and use the spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. Dahe said as he split the mind stones. Eat it and speed up your cultivation. This Emperor's Star is like heaven for us, it is so amazing. Kong Kong Kong. Flower Mask King jumped up. My life force has increased to 2. This month of cultivation feels so good. This is nothing, we have to continue. All of a sudden, Dahe spat out a mouthful of qi. It was blood qi. Instead of the smell of blood, it had a fragrance, and there was a trace of blood-colored lightning in the blood qi. It was transmitted into the bodies of the 6 cats, and the 6 cats suddenly swelled up like inflated balloons. This is the life potential I absorbed with the Een demon. I can inject it into your bodies. This is the lightning blood technique I comprehended after going through a lightning tribulation. Every time you kill a strong creature, its life potential can be shared with you. You will become stronger and stronger. However, resentment will also gather in your bodies. Negative energy will gather and lightning will be produced. In other words, your life force will increase quickly, but you will also be struck by lightning, Dahei said. Kong Kong Kong. What's the big deal about being struck by lightning? The cats all shouted. After being struck by lightning, our cells will be activated and we can use the sky-shaking Thunder Beast gene. We will all evolve. They weren't afraid of death. Chapter 2:15. A group of cats was deep in the forest of Emperor Star, hunting, killing, and searching for treasures. They were getting stronger day by day. They followed the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Of course, Dahe and all the cats were intelligent. They had chips and optical computers, which allowed them to communicate with the human network at all times. They understood a series of knowledge, such as various drug combinations, genetic modification, martial arts training, life sciences. Human wisdom and knowledge were all within their scope of learning. Such cats were terrifying, but they also had great potential for growth. Dahe was even more so. It was no longer a cat, but a cat demon, and a cat god. Let's go, brothers. Since you are not afraid of death, let's start killing. The monsters on Emperor Star are countless times stronger than humans. The more we kill, the more life potential we absorb. After passing through the lightning tribulation, we will reach the end of life evolution. We can also change, we can also exist forever. Dahe suddenly roared at the sky. Boundless sword light shot thousands of meters into the sky. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky were cut into pieces. A group of huge birds was cut into pieces by the sword light and fell to the ground. This group of birds was called sheep-headed birds. Their heads looked like goats, their mouths were full of fangs, and their claws were sharp. They hunted in groups, extremely fierce. If converted to human life force, each bird's life force would be 2, or even 3. The bird king could reach 4 or 5. However, this group of birds was killed by Dahe with a single sword strike. Waving the sword to control the clouds, heaven and earth open. Flower Mask King clapped its claws violently, like a human clapping. It spat out a nondescript poem. Flower Face Overlord, you've developed some literary skills recently. Dahe sent more blood-red lightning bolts into the bodies of the cat. I'm stuffed. Demeng jumped up, its body bulging like a ball. It kept rolling around, as if the thick chi and blood almost made it explode. It jumped up and down, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Gradually, in the sky, a piece of cloud condensed into a form. Pitter-patter. A bolt of lightning struck heavily on Demeng's body. Demeng was immediately on fire, its fur was burning, and its whole body was surrounded by electric currents. Flower Mask King was shocked. The other cute cats also wanted to rush to rescue it, but Dahe waved his hand and stopped them. This is the lightning tribulation. It's no use for you to help. In fact, absorbing the resentment left by the beheaded creatures has become a lightning rod. When the weather changes and a large number of electric charges begin to gather in the air, lightning will strike you first. So we will constantly be struck by lightning. Every lightning strike is a test. If we can of it, it will be a great benefit for our cultivation. If we can buy it, we can buy of it. As soon as he said, there were many lightning strikes. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled. It was going to rain heavily. At this time, the 6 cats all knew that using demons to absorb life potential would result in retribution. As long as the lightning in the atmosphere changed and the electric charge gathered, they would be the first to be struck. In other words, the probability of them being struck by lightning was 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times greater than that of ordinary life. Almost every time it rained, they would be the first to be struck. However, these cats were not afraid at all. They were struck by lightning and their bodies began to burn. They all sat down and continuously made hand seals, and the lightning on their bodies gradually disappeared. Powerful life force circulated within their bodies, and the charred skin and hair began to glow with vitality. The spiritual power in their bodies produced changes in their flesh and blood energy. Brothers, congratulations on surviving the lightning strike for the first time. However, there are still many more days for you to be struck by lightning. Dahe couldn't help but laugh when he saw the 6 cats open their eyes. Dahe, why aren't you struck by lightning? Logically speaking, you've taken the most lives and absorbed the most resentment. You should be the first to be struck by lightning. The Flower Mask King jumped up and asked curiously. It's very simple. My lightning tribulation was triggered by myself, not by the blessing of heaven and earth. I will do as I please. I will only be able to trigger it in one go when the resentment has gathered to the highest degree. My thunder tribulations will be bigger and bigger, and your tribulations will be nothing more than a drizzle. After I have passed the 49 thunder tribulations, the demon sword will fuse with my body, and the sword and body will become one, twisting the universe and reversing yin and yang. At that time, I will kill a sky-shaking thunder beast and entrust the demon yang soul to it. Then, I can truly transform into a sky-shaking thunder beast and obtain the genetic evolution of my body. Dahe waved his paw, and all the cats left. Oh yes, Dahe, it would be great if you could quickly advance to the embryonic breathing realm. How much longer do you need to form the sacred fetus? The Flower Mask King knew the process of practice. It won't be long. I'll just need to overcome 2 or 3 more lightning tribulations. Dahe stared at the sky. Every time I transcend it, my genes will evolve and my spirit will gain more insight. A group of cats had to be on guard against lightning strikes at all times. They advanced into the depths of the forest and started a greater massacre and absorption. Meanwhile, on the archipelago, Zhongli began to observe once again. The entire archipelago was being developed again. Tall towers were built on every archipelago to absorb energy. Many robots were purchased, and these robots were all controlled by the AI to carry out large-scale construction. Hong Heiyu stood on a tall tower in the middle of the Storm Canyon, and he could see many archipelago. Almost 50% of it has been built. With the help of this base, my combat ability can increase by a lot. When the energy shield surges, it can withstand the attacks of 3 or 4 experts like me. If all the construction is completed, that will be great. It will be a place to settle down. Jiang Li's feng shui knowledge and cultivation had increased greatly, and his view was completely different. Teacher, we built this base to repel Gui Junzi and the others. Didn't they want to impeach you? Have you initiated the procedure? It has been initiated, but it was rejected by the higher-ups. Hong Heiyu waved his hand. This is a critical time. The natives of the Emperor Star are getting restless. How can they impeach me? Didn't they tell me to stay out of it? When the battle starts, I will still be the one to take the lead at the crucial moment. Beep beep beep. Jiang Li's AI chip rang. It was an email from Rulai Wang. Jiang Li, my battleship has been upgraded. Let's go to the Black Dragon pool together. Bring your cat brother. The three of us will go together. Oh? We're going to the Black Dragon Pool now? Just the three of us, and no other experts? Jiangli replied. It's just the three of us. It's useless for other experts to go. Instead, we'll have to divert our attention to protect them. This time, we're not going to fight the Black Flood Dragon King, but to dive into the cave in the depths of the Black Dragon Pool to find the life token that can control it and control its soul. As long as we get it, we'll have nothing to worry about. Besides, doesn't your cat brother absorb essence energy from killing creatures? There are many black snakes in the Black Dragon Pool with rich essence energy. If we kill them all, your cat brother will probably grow into a peerless demon overlord, Rulai Wang analyzed. I'll be right there, Jiangli said to Hong Heiyu and was about to leave. Are we going to the Black Dragon Pool? To deal with the old Black Flood Dragon? Hong Heiyu thought about it and understood Jiangli's plan. Yes, Rulai Wang said that there's an ancient cultivator's cave in there, and we're going to try our luck. Jiangli saw Hong Heiyu's expression and guessed that his mentor knew a lot about the Black Dragon Pool. It's good to go. It's extremely dangerous there. The old Black Flood Dragon is not a kind creature. Many people have tried to take it, but even those who have the strength to suppress it still suffered because there's a mysterious force in the depths of the Black Dragon Pool. Over time, some experts from Starry Sky University gave up on the idea. It's almost impossible for you to go with Rulai Wang, but you have the Great Emperor's relic. Maybe you can get some opportunities. Hong Heiyu thought for a while and said, Go. There are many secrets in the Black Dragon Pool. If you can get some benefits from it, maybe you can reach the sky in one step. That's where the real treasures are. Mentor, do you want to go with me? Jiangli felt that Hong Heiyu had a high chance of going. No, the mysterious force in the depths of the Black Dragon Pool repels experts in the embryonic breathing realm. If the embryonic breathing realm goes there, they will often meet with misfortune and be in a sorry state. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation can go there and collect the dragon-seeking grass. From this, it can be seen that the mysterious force in the Black Dragon Pool will cause a strong curse and attack on the embryonic breathing realm. Hong Heiyu said, Your current strength is just right. I see. It seems that the depths of the Black Dragon Pool are really mysterious. I searched on the internet and found that there are many posts about the depths of the Black Dragon Pool. The pictures are also blurry. I can't take pictures of the situation inside as it's distorted by a force field. Jiangli searched on the internet. Go and see for yourself. With the Emperor's relic, you won't be in any danger. Hong Heiyu waved his hand. Jiangli immediately opened up the space and his body entered it. With a swoosh, he broke the sound barrier and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Wow, the Emperor's relic can actually reach 40 times the speed of sound. Hong Heiyu was stunned. It seems that as his cultivation increases, the Emperor's relic's speed will also increase. That day, Jiangli controlled the Emperor's relic at 30 times the speed of sound. Now that he was controlling it, it actually increased a little, reaching 40 times the speed of sound. 40 times the speed of sound was simply disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was almost as fast as the jump of a large battleship. Very quickly, Jiangli left this place. After a few hours, he appeared near the Black Dragon Pool. At this moment, in the open space of the forest, a battleship quietly stopped. The color changed, and it was the same color as the forest. This was the chameleon system. It was a special color. Jiangli found that this battleship had indeed been upgraded in many areas. There was no sound and there was no overflow of energy. If it flew in the sky, it would be silent, and its color could even be the same as the sky, changing according to the environment. Even if it flew a few hundred meters above his head, people might not notice it. Jiangli, you are here? Where's your cat friend? Wang Rulai came out of the battleship. Chapter 216. Wang Rulai's expression was like a spring breeze. His cultivation had increased again, and his vitality had vaguely reached 13, even approaching 14. It seemed that he had gained a lot these days. He had learned a lot from the battle with Jiang Xian, and he had comprehended many principles of martial arts. After going back and practicing, he had broken through the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through for a long time. Of course, it was still very difficult for him to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. He had to have a qualitative breakthrough. If he and Jiang Xian had fought to their heart's content that day, without the interference of outsiders, he could have used the Vajra boundary of the Great King of Vajra Fist to break the Sun Moon Divine King's protection spell. This was fate, great luck, and more importantly, spiritual training. Jiang Xian had not entered Starry Sky University, but had joined the battlefield of the alternate world cultivation country. He had carried the general trend and honed his temperament. He was also the leader of the Jiang clan, so he had an indomitable momentum. Such a person had great luck. If he could break through directly, the spiritual training would be like a carp transforming into a dragon. It was a pity that this person had been killed by Dahe. However, Wang Rulai had a sliver of luck. He thought that if Jiang Xian had not been killed by Dahe, he might not have been able to defeat this person if they had fought face to face. He might have been killed by this person, and his fate would have been seized by the other party, becoming his resource instead. If Jiang Xian and Wang Rulai had fought, the outcome was indeed 50-50. No one could predict the outcome. So this was a gamble, a fight with one's life, and a fight with heaven. It was also this way that the spiritual training could be done. Putting one's life on the line and fighting with heaven, the winner would be invincible, and the loser would have nothing. It's really fate. Jiang Li looked at Wang Rulai and sighed inexplicably. Brother Wang could have advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, but you have been stuck at this juncture, just like me advancing to the stable realm. You're talking about Jiang Xian, right? Wang Rulai also sighed a little. However, good fortune is accompanied by misfortune, and misfortune is accompanied by good fortune. If I had killed Jiang Xian with my own hands and defeated him fair and square, I could have broken through the obstacles in my heart, become a Buddha, and advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. However, I would not have been able to sneak into the Black Dragon Swamp today. This was because once one advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, one's body would possess remarkable power. After entering the water of the Black Dragon Swamp, one would be like a lighthouse in the darkness. One would be repelled by the powerful existence and the mysterious power of the Black Dragon Swamp, and one would encounter all sorts of dangers. Now that we're in a meditative state, it'll be much more comfortable. Even if we fail, with my battleship and your Grand Emperor relics, we'll be able to escape. That Black Dragon King Serpent is extremely powerful. Its cultivation is not below my mentor, Hong Heiyu. Even if I use the Monarch relic, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. Since they were going to seize the treasures, Jiang Li naturally had to make a comprehensive plan. So I upgraded this battleship to be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Wang Rulai smiled bitterly. In order to upgrade this warship, I invested all my money in it. I don't ask for anything else but the fate of being cannon fodder. If we fail and the Black Dragon attacks, the battleship will explode with a powerful might that will attract the Black Dragon and cause him to destroy the battleship. Moreover, I have installed a self-destruct system on the battleship, which is a great weapon of mass destruction. It's even more powerful than a nuclear bomb, and once it explodes, it will be able to injure the Black Dragon. Then, we can take the opportunity to escape. An explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb should be able to kill the Black Dragon and even turn the entire Black Dragon Swamp into nothingness. Jiang Li thought for a moment. Only when one's vitality is over 100 can we conduct a human nuclear explosion experiment. Can the Black Dragon resist it? The Black Dragon can't resist it, but let me tell you, there's a mysterious power in the Black Dragon Swamp. There was once a powerful team that used a nuclear bomb to bomb it, but before the nuclear bomb could get close to the Black Dragon swamp, it was swept away by a force. Then, the Black Dragon appeared and tore the battleship apart, causing the team to either die or get injured. Wang Rulai waved his hand. So, the mysterious power in the Black Dragon swamp is vast and cannot be ignored. I'm just making a diversion. It's good that you know what you're doing. In a while, Dahe should be here. It's very fast. Jiangli nodded and looked around. Let's wait for night to come. Under the cover of the night, we can do things more smoothly. We can also take a look at the feng shui of the Black Dragon swamp. Wang Rulai carefully set up some concealment methods in the surroundings. Although we haven't entered the Black Dragon swamp, we still have to be careful. Some of the black pythons in the Black Dragon swamp come out to hunt. They often pass through this forest and travel thousands of kilometers. I know. Jiangli remembered the first time he entered the depths of the Black Dragon swamp to look for the dragon-seeking grass. He saw a black python that was 50 to 60 meters long biting and devouring an emperor elephant. These black pythons ate differently from snakes. They could bite their food into pieces, unlike ordinary pythons, which had to swallow the entire food, including the skin, horns, and bones, to digest. Logically speaking, these black pythons were no longer snakes, but flood dragons, the invincible flood dragons. A few hours passed. At night, the sky was densely packed with stars. Some formed a whirlpool, some formed a human shape, and some were so messy that it was impossible to tell what shape they were. The starlight gently sprinkled down, and planets as big as the moon could be seen floating everywhere, illuminating the ground with a snow-white light. There was no moon like Earth on the Emperor star, but there were many stars as big as the moon. They alternately rose and fell, creating a beautiful scene at night. The astronomical knowledge on the Emperor's star was completely different from that on Earth. Until now, humans had not studied the specific changes of the planet. What a beautiful starry sky and a beautiful night! Wang Rulai and Jiangli shook their arms and controlled the airflow to rise into the sky. They looked at the sky and the Black Dragon swamp in the distance, only to see the mighty waves. Starlight rose and fell in it, as if it could completely contain all the stars in the sky. Jiangli, your cultivation is not bad. It's a miracle that you've improved to this level. Seeing that Jiangli was following him at an extremely fast speed, not falling behind at all, and even manipulating the airflow more easily than him, Wang Rulai could not help but be very surprised. Originally, he only cared about Jiang Li's mental strength, but now he found that his vitality was almost twice as strong. In particular, Jiang Li's physique had changed by leaps and bounds. The strength of his physique made Wang Rulai feel ashamed of his inferiority. I was just lucky. You know the news that I snatched a piece of feng shui treasure land with my tutor, right? Jiang Li believed that Wang Rulai had long known about the feng shui treasure land. It had caused a great commotion, and the posts on the internet must have been talking about it. I already know, and I've seen the pictures of that area on the internet. It's really amazing. It's a natural cave with abundant spiritual energy and energy. Not to mention the mineral vein, just the Storm Canyon alone can produce a steady stream of energy block. Not only can it be used by the whole island, but it can also be sold for 100 billion a year. It's very stable and doesn't need any capital. Wang Rulai was a little envious. If I can build a few more such industries, I'll be rich. By the way, you've dug out a lot of spirit stones. Do you want to take them out and auction them through the Red Emperor Group? I don't even have enough spirit stones for my own consumption. How can I have extra to sell? Jiang Li smiled bitterly. My body is strong now, but I need too many spirit stones. That's impossible. It's said that there are at least thousands of kilograms of spirit stones in that mineral vein. You need so many spirit stones for your cultivation. Isn't that enough? Wang Rulai was shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. Be careful. It's coming. Jiang Li was about to explain when his eyes suddenly moved and he looked at the water in the distance. Splash! Splash! In the deep pool, the surface of the water with a radius of dozens of acres was stirred up. Then a huge snake head appeared. It was dark and ferocious, and its body was more than 50 meters long. It swam toward the shore without making a sound. When it came ashore, there was a crackling sound of grass, trees, and rocks breaking. This black snake was extremely powerful, and its body was tough. Breaking rocks was as easy as eating and drinking for it. It swam in the jungle at an extremely fast speed. Its dark scales looked like a metal-armored snake breaking all obstacles. Whether it was hard rocks or big trees, it had no scruples and crushed everything in its way. Roar! This snake swam for dozens of kilometers, startling countless birds and beasts. A huge bird flew in the sky. It was a ferocious beast called the mighty ape bird. It was so startled that it flew into the sky and circled. This bird was actually not much smaller than the fire divine bird king. When it spread its wings, it was dozens of meters long. This bird's head was like that of an ape. It was ferocious and unruly, and it was also a monster. However, the black snake's body suddenly shrank to the ground like a spring. Then, it suddenly stretched and bounced up. Its whole body shot into the sky like an arrow, reaching hundreds of meters above the ground. It opened its mouth and bit the bird. With a twist of its body, the bird was tightly bound and died in midair. The black snake stretched its body again, and its scales suddenly spread out. The wind blew and the clouds surged. It was actually gliding in the air. It was actually innate gang energy. It was a perfect manipulation. Gradually, the black snake landed lightly. Suddenly, it spat out many wind blades, which cut open the prey it had just caught and ate the flesh and blood essence. After eating, the black snake smacked its lip. Dark red blood flowed down from the corners of its mouth and dripped onto the ground. It looked extremely bloody and terrifying. It seemed to not have had enough and was not satisfied yet. It glided again and moved deeper into the forest, looking for more delicious prey to replenish itself. With its huge body, it had to absorb a lot of flesh and blood essence to replenish the energy it had consumed. At this moment, an extremely fine golden lightning suddenly descended from the sky. It was extremely fast, and in an instant, the golden thread drilled into the body of the black snake. The black snake stopped moving. It lost all its vitality and rolled on the ground, turning into a piece of snakeskin. It seemed to have been dried out for many years. The majestic giant snake died just like that. Wang Rulai and Jiangli hurriedly landed and saw Dahe and the 6 kittens on the ground. A thick blood-colored halo appeared on top of each of their heads. It did not fade for a long time, as if their vitality was overflowing. Dahe, you're here? Jiangli looked carefully. Your vitality is so strong. You've advanced again. And Flower Mask King, Demeng. How did you advance so quickly? The Flower Mask King's vitality was at least 3. 5, and the other kittens had also reached 3. This was simply a miracle. How long had it been since he had seen them? How could they advance so quickly? I'm here, but I'm a little late. Because they were flying fast in the sky, it was easy for them to gather a large number of electric charges. They were struck by lightning a few times, so I was delayed for a day. Dahe looked at the sky. Fortunately, the weather here is clear and there is no thunder. Chapter 217. You've already comprehended the mysteries of the 7 slaughter-een demon sword? Killing living beings and absorbing their rich life potential, pouring it into someone else's body to increase their strength? This is a high-level demonic path technique known as flesh and blood reincarnation, life grafting, demonic plundering, and parasitic potential. As Jiangli saw this, he understood. In truth, there were many demonic path cultivators like this in the cultivation world. Because they had killed too many people, they couldn't absorb their life potential, but they could store it for their disciples to use. For instance, in his dreams he had learned of a high-level demonic path cultivation method called the Blood God Dao fruit. It was cultivated into a blood-gourd Dao fruit that stored a massive amount of life potential. When it floated above one's head, no matter what kind of attack one encountered, even if one's body was crushed to pieces, as long as the Blood God Dao fruit still had a powerful life potential, one could regenerate it over and over again. It could be called an undying body. This was the same principle as the life fruit, but it was on a much higher level. In truth, the life fruit's research had referenced some of the demonic paths theories. But cultivating this kind of demonic life art had a great flaw. One had to constantly be on guard against being struck by lightning. Just the slightest change in the weather would cause the electric charge to change, and lightning would strike down. Often, when these demonic path cultivators fought with others, they would be struck by lightning and reduced to dust. Or when they were cultivating, their minds would wander off into the heavens, trying to comprehend the Tao, and then lightning would strike down, disturbing their cultivation and causing them to suffer cultivation deviation, wasting all their efforts. Apart from this, because he had killed too many living beings, when he extracted their life force, the living beings would feel extreme pain in that instant. From there, resentment and curses would be produced, and there would be devils in their minds. Often, when he cultivated, the devil would appear, and distracting thoughts would appear. 9 out of 10 would go crazy, and in the end they would die from madness. Thus, out of 10,000 demonic path cultivators, 9,000 would die to lightning, and 999 would die from their own madness. They wouldn't be human, they wouldn't be like ghosts, they would lose all reason. There was only one way. Great willpower, great wisdom, to see through everything, to comprehend life and death, to use killing to save all living beings, to enter an immeasurably profound realm. Only then could one resolve all tribulations and become the king of the demonic path, dominating the world and obtaining true freedom. This is the life transfer and grafting technology researched by humans. Wang Rulai sighed in admiration. Human technology has long been researching grafting a person's life force onto another person's body, allowing a dying person to gain youth and life. This is a bottleneck in technology. I didn't expect the demonic path to be able to do it. Although humans had stepped into the era of high technology, birth, old age, sickness, and death were still big problems that could not be solved. Cultivation was a good way to solve life and death, but how many people could cultivate to the peak? Moreover, even an embryonic breathing realm expert's lifespan was estimated to not exceed 500 years. The average lifespan of the elite zone was only a little more than 200 years. Some rich people enjoyed the wealth brought by technology, so of course they didn't want to die, so they started to research life transfer technology. It was to extract other people's life potential and graft it onto one's own body, allowing the body to recover its youthful vitality. For example, a millionaire who only had 1 year of lifespan left could purchase 10 years of a young man's life potential and inject it into his body. Then, he could extend his youth by another 10 years. Unfortunately, this kind of science and technology had not been developed yet. It was a scientific limit that humans could not surpass. However, Dahe's demons could do that. They just needed to be struck by lightning. Jiangli, what should we do now? Should we sneak into the underwater cave immediately, or should we kill the snakes outside? Dahe seemed to be a little intoxicated. The life potential contained in these black snakes is pure and rich. It is not something that humans can compare with. Every time we kill one, it is equivalent to killing an existence that is stronger than Wang Rulai. As it spoke, it looked at Wang Rulai up and down with bad intentions. Wang Rulai was shocked. Brother Cat, don't get any ideas about me. TSK, I was just making an example. It means that the life of this black snake is pure and has the taste of energy. It is really an ancient mutated species. I have killed countless lives over the past month, but none of them can compare to this black snake. Moreover, the black snake's body contains a lot of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the water attribute can nourish the body and is very good for healing injuries. Dahe laughed. He became more and more proficient in human language. I think it is good to hunt snakes here. We can kill them one by one. The more we kill, the stronger we will be. This is a real fight between dragons and tigers. The cat was a tiger. The snake was a dragon. When dragons and tigers fought, there was an innate sense of mutual enhancement and restraint. Killing the opponent had great benefit. The so-called azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The sky-shaking thunder beast is actually an existence similar to the white tiger in the legends. We felines have evolved to the extreme, and the black snake in front of us has the taste of the azure dragon. TSK, after killing it, I feel that my life genes have evolved a lot. What about you guys? It asked Big Meng, Tumeng, and the other cats. We are also very good. It feels good. The other kittens roared. How about this? Jiangli, we will hunt the black snake outside. You will go into the water and hide. While collecting the dragon-seeking grass, you will also get the ancient cave. Dahe decided on a plan. But Jiangli hurriedly stopped Dahe's idea. This is very dangerous. If the Black Dragon King is drawn out, how will you escape? I can't let you do that. It doesn't matter. I will just treat it as training for my embryonic breathing realm. Dahe did not give in. The embryonic breathing realm must experience an earth-shattering change in the mind before it can be promoted. After meeting the Black Dragon King, I escape death, and I can have a deeper understanding of the embryonic breathing realm. Since that is the case, let's split the work. Wang Rulai patted Jiang Li's shoulder. Brother Cat has a firm will that far surpasses ours. It has its own ideas and practices. We will go down to look for the underwater cave and collect the dragon-seeking grass. Also, although my battleship is dead, it can still take off and attack the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King needs at least half an hour to completely destroy this upgraded battleship and break its energy shield and weapon system. This can buy more time for Brother Cat. That's good too. Jiang Li was slightly relieved. If Wang Rulai's battleship had been 200 years ago, it would have had the power to destroy heaven and earth. A battleship could completely defeat all the countries and dominate the earth. Now, having a powerful battleship was recognized as being able to compete with an expert in the embryonic breathing realm. However, the Black Dragon King was too powerful and could not be compared to people like Jiang Hailong. Even the battleship could only play the role of delaying time and could not cause any harm to it. Then let's begin. Oh yes, Wang Rulai, do you have sky-shaking thunder beast gene potions on your battleship? We need a lot of potions to deal with sudden changes. Dahe thought for a while. For safety reasons, it still needed some things. No, but I can go back and buy them right away. It won't be troublesome. After my battleship has been upgraded, it will be silent but very fast. Wang Rulai knew that success this time might depend on Dahe. He immediately steered the battleship and silently rose up. Wait for me. Whoosh! The battleship disappeared. After a few hours, in the middle of the night, the sky was even more starry, as if it was about to fall to the ground. The beautiful night sky was fascinating. The battleship had returned. Wang Rulai took out many sky-shaking thunder beast gene potions. Here, every cat has some. However, these gene potions are risky. Are you really going to use them? I have already mastered the use of these genes. Recently, I have comprehended many mysteries. Dahe roared. The wind and clouds surged, and a blood-colored Een demon appeared behind him. This blood-colored Een demon drank all the gene potions and stored them in its body. Is this still a Een demon? Jiang Li was a little surprised. This was because the blood-colored Een demon in front of him did not have a bloody smell. Instead, it had a pure fragrance, as if spring thunder had shaken the earth and the soil had the smell of life. Moreover, the blood of the blood-colored Een demon was not pure red, but a faint gold color. It seemed to have a golden body. Brothers, stay closer to me. When Dahe saw that the blood-colored Een demon had stored a stomach full of gene potions, he smiled very widely. Even his beard was shaking. I will inject life potential into the gene potions to neutralize the harmful gene changes in the potions. This way, the gene potions will have a 100% success rate. Let's go, brothers. I can tell you that we can all become sky-shaking thunder beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These cats scurried up and were all wrapped up by Dahe. They began to fly and transform, directly disappearing into the night sky, looking for black snakes that came out to look for food. The Black Dragon Swamp was very big and boundless. At night, many black snakes came out to look for food. It was a good opportunity to attack. In the water, the combat power of the black snakes increased tenfold, making it difficult to kill. It was much easier on land. Of course, on land, each black snake could only be killed by an expert of the embryonic breathing realm. If Wang Rulai fought with his bare hands, it would be difficult for him to kill one. After all, the difference between humans and wild beasts was the natural deficiency of genes. It was a natural difference. "Let's go into the water," Wang Rulai said. He stopped the battleship in place, but he could remotely control the battleship to fly above the Black Dragon Swamp and throw the nuclear bomb. This was also his insurance. Originally, if he threw the nuclear bomb, he would die with it. However, with the space of the Great Emperor relic, it would not be a problem. The nuclear bomb could not break the space. This way, their cooperation could be said to be perfect. Swoosh! Jiang Li opened up the space of the Great Emperor relic. He and Wang Rulai entered and then silently dived into the lake. This time, it was much faster than the previous time. In an instant, they reached the bottom of the lake. Jiang Li's divine will swept out. The powerful existences within a radius of hundreds of miles were like torches in the darkness, vivid in his eyes. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.